Breaking news. A groundbreaking study by scientists has shocked the world. Deadly chemicals have been detected in clothing, shoes, and accessories sold on popular platforms like Shein, Temu, and AliExpress, with levels exceeding safety standards by 10 to 229 times. These substances include phthalates and lead, which, once absorbed through the skin, are nearly impossible to eliminate. Experts warn that wearing these items for just a few hours a day could lead to obesity.
Now doctors are alerting parents about a popular snack that could land your child in the ER.
Spicy snacks like Flaming Hot Cheetos and Takis have become so popular that now you're seeing this fiery red powder on just about everything. And doctors say it could be doing damage to your kid's digestive system.
I like them because I like spicy stuff. And hot Cheetos are like spicy.
But could all this heat actually be dangerous?
These hot Cheetos, these hot snacks actually can damage your stomach because the...
Breaking news. On Sunday, September 7th, the night sky will treat us to a rare and unforgettable sight, a total lunar eclipse, also known as a blood moon. During this cosmic event, the sun, earth, and moon will align. Earth will move into the middle, blocking the sunlight, but instead of disappearing, the moon will shine brightly in deep red and orange. This glow is caused by sunlight bending through Earth's atmosphere and scattering, giving the moon a ghostly hue. The eclipse will be visible across Europe and the Americas, with the...
Breaking news, it's finally over for Nicolas Maduro. A Venezuelan general has just carried out the greatest betrayal against him. His name is Carlos Eduardo Martinez, once the most feared soldier in the army, now the man who turned against the regime in a twist no one saw coming. In the dead of night, Martinez led a secret ambush against the president. Witnesses say a convoy was suddenly blocked, the trap executed with surgical precision. Broadcast live, he declared, "No more children searching for food in the trash."
On I-90 near Boston, alarming video that state police say shows extremely dangerous behavior. A man and woman both apparently asleep in the front seat as their Tesla seems to keep driving, presumably in autopilot mode. Dakota Randall says the car was doing 55 miles per hour.
I did a double take, looked over, and sure enough, this guy was just head between his legs, completely asleep.
In 2018, a Tesla driver slammed into the back of a stopped fire engine. The NTSB blamed driver.
It was raining money on a California highway today, and lots of people stopped to scoop up all those $20 bills.
This is the most insane thing I've ever seen. Someone dropped money all over the freeway. San Diego has shut down. Oh my gosh.
Thousands of dollars in cash fell out of a Brinks truck when the rear door suddenly sprang open. Motorists pulled over and jumped for joy as they picked up the money, just like they won the lottery.
Dude, we going to Sizzler tonight, baby!
A 6-year-old boy put his 14-month-old sister in a microwave oven and turned it on, causing her deceased. A few days ago, Raquel Thompson and her husband went out for dinner, leaving their 6-year-old son Danny and 14-month-old sister at home. Then Danny took his sister to the kitchen. Raquel Thompson and her husband got home and smelled the odor of grilled meat. Her husband ran into the kitchen, looking at everything in disbelief and desperately dialed the emergency number. Although the boy Dallas was arrested, he did not understand the seriousness of his actions.
This corner looked more like a crime scene than a school bus stop this morning. Parents called police after finding an electric fence just inches away from where their children wait for the bus. The man who put up the fence says he had finally had it with students trespassing and leaving trash in his yard. He figured the fence would keep them out.
I'm not in charge of other people's children. All I can do is protect myself.
But jolted neighbors thought the fence was too extreme. They called police, and police called Public Works, who questioned whether the fence encroached on a county easement.
Show me what's the truth. You know, everybody's just giving me different words.
The relentless homeowner not giving in because he says the signs posted in his front yard did nothing.
It says no trespassing.
What, you don't like kids? Me, I'm a parent, and I don't want any children around here to get electrocuted.
That's a little too extreme. I mean, you're going to let the kids get electrocuted? That's not cool.
A man bought a Samsung TV from Walmart, only to discover it was a complete fake. Last week, Ross Potts went to his local Walmart to buy a new Samsung TV, but that evening when he opened the box, he immediately sensed something was wrong.
Well, the first thing I noticed was the TV was wrapped in what appeared to be like saran wrap or moving wrap, which I thought was very odd. Something was really wrong. This was not the TV I was supposed to have.
Worse yet, the TV gave off a strange odor, prompting a Walmart employee to ask, Have you had this TV in a dumpster? Ross hadn't, but apparently someone else had. It turned out that a previous customer had put an old TV into the box and returned it, and Walmart, unaware of the switch, resold it as new. When Ross tried to return the TV, Walmart staff refused, citing company policy, Ross said. When he tried to attach the legs, they wouldn't fit because metal plates were blocking the screws. Growing suspicious, Ross peeled off the label on the front, and underneath it said Hisense, not Samsung. Even the remote was the wrong brand. It said Element instead of Samsung.
So I knew at that point.
So, Atkin, Panama, the Venom UFO alien meteorite that landed in his backyard. A glowing hot meteorite landed in his backyard in Panama. And he's got this in his house now. He's doing experiments on it, and it seems to be growing. It's like some mad B-movie scientists with this alien thing expanding and contracting. But seriously, I've been contacted by one of his friends and associates who says this is the real deal. He is scared for his friend's safety. They're worried that he might be shut down, taken away by the authorities, which I suspect might happen if he does actually have some weird alien, either organic or inorganic material in his possession. So we'll see what happens. He keeps posting videos for now. It does seem really, really weird, but is it a hoax? Who knows? What are your thoughts? Atkin, Panama. Thank you.
You son of a...
A customer was dissatisfied with the temperature of the spicy soup and poured boiling soup onto the cashier, causing serious injuries to the cashier. At present, the victim has filed a lawsuit seeking compensation of $3 million. 31-year-old Amanda Nicole Martinez previously ordered a takeout menu soup to bring home. Snell remained calm and demanded that Amanda stop insulting and leave, otherwise she would call the police. Suddenly, the customer poured almost boiling soup onto Janelle's face. After Janelle realized it, she immediately ran to wash it off, but the hot soup had caused severe burns to her face, and blood was flowing from her nose and eyes. Afterwards, the police went to Amanda's residence and arrested her. During the trial, Amanda refused to plead guilty and was released later that day after paying a fine of $800. Subsequently, she angrily returned to the store, claiming that the temperature of the soup was too high and that the plastic from the takeaway box had melted and fallen into the soup. 24-year-old cashier Janelle Broland processed a refund for her and offered to replace her soup, but Amanda refused to listen and constantly insulted Janelle in front of her children and other customers.
This corner looked more like a crime scene than a school bus stop this morning. Parents called police after finding an electric fence just inches away from where their children wait for the bus. The man who put up the fence says he had finally had it with students trespassing and leaving trash in his yard. He figured the fence would keep them out. Relentless homeowner not giving in because he says the signs posted in his front yard did nothing.
It says no trespassing.
What, you don't like kids? Me, I'm a parent, and I don't want any children around here to get electrocuted.
That's a little too extreme. I mean, you're going to let the kids get electrocuted? That's not cool.
I'm not in charge of other people's children. All I can do is protect myself.
But jolted neighbors thought the fence was too extreme. They called police, and police called Public Works, who questioned whether the fence encroached on a county easement.
Show me what's the truth. You know, everybody's just giving me different words.
American astronomers have just confirmed that in a month's time, Earth will see a second sun. Not a metaphor, not a hallucination, but an ignited white dwarf star will explode with a light comparable to the sun's at a very close distance from Earth. For a short period of time, it will make our skies day and night. Night will no longer fall, and the stars will not be visible. They call this astronomical phenomenon the second day. It's a spectacle that hasn't really happened in tens of thousands of years. But it's not just about beauty. This isn't a scene from a sci-fi movie. It's a real-life moment so shocking it could take your breath away. At 3 a.m., in a remote stretch of the American Midwest, the night sky suddenly tore open. A glowing portal appeared out of thin air, more than 10 meters wide, made up of countless spinning rings. From its center, a pulsing beam of blue light shot downward, blanketing the earth and casting an eerie, cold-hued glow over everything. Before witnesses could even react, a second portal, larger, brighter burst, opened right beside it, as if answering the first or waiting for something to arrive. In that instant, the sound of wind, insects, even heartbeats seemed to vanish, replaced only by a deep, resonant hum vibrating through the air. Footage from the scene shows grass shimmering with a metallic sheen under the blue light. Scientists speculate it could be an extremely rare combination of atmospheric optical phenomena and geomagnetic anomalies. But they admit they've never seen paired portals before, and they can't explain. This is not a movie effect, and it's not a hoax. Last night, over a small town in Texas, the night sky lit up with something no one could explain, a massive glowing cross suspended above the horizon. Witnesses say it wasn't a cloud, it wasn't light beams, it was a shape burning through the darkness, sharp and unmistakable. For hours, it hovered in silence, miles long, radiating a strange glow that made the air feel heavy. People stopped their cars, pulled out their phones, some praying, some screaming. The cross didn't flicker or fade. It stayed, watching, as if carved into the sky itself. Here's the terrifying part. Every electronic device within the area began to glitch. Radios filled with static. Phones died even at full charge. And animals went wild. Dogs howled. Birds fled. Cattle collapsed. Locals claim the temperature dropped instantly, a cold wave sweeping through the streets. Some describe hearing a low hum vibrating in their bones, almost like a voice too deep to understand. We should not see this as the end of the world. The very structure of the Bible is beginning to surface from hiding, shaking everything we thought we knew about religion. Science itself is changing. Archaeologists in Turkey were terrified when they uncovered archaeological evidence proving the Bible is real. Humanity may now face the supernatural Bible with an end date already set. One of the last places mentioned in scripture, Noah's Ark, was said to rest in Turkey. When archaeologists went there, they were horrified to discover a 515-foot bone-chilling structure, identical to the ark described in the Bible, buried deep underground. A terrifying 3D scan was carried out on site. Researchers could clearly see a man-made ship beneath the ground. Inside were maritime tools, food supplies, and multiple measurements perfectly matching the biblical account. Even artifacts such as rivets and fossilized wooden planks materials once used in ancient shipbuilding were revealed. How could this have been recorded in scripture unless the ark truly existed long before modern science ever knew of it? This will make you question reality entirely. Recently, skywatchers from around the world have been uploading videos. When they looked up, they saw neither clouds nor airplanes, but actual trains suspended high in the sky. Some say it's merely light refraction, while others claim it's a secret government transportation experiment. But regardless of the explanation, everything in the footage is crystal clear. It resembles a high-speed train operating in another dimension, or a projection of humanity's future transportation. This might be a manifestation of humanity's collective subconscious, or perhaps a fleeting tear in the fabric of space, granting us a glimpse into a future world yet to arrive. Even more astonishing is that these sky trains do not appear by chance. They sometimes materialize simultaneously across different countries, as if reminding us in a wholly new way. Today, observatories worldwide simultaneously release data. An eye has appeared in the sky. It is neither cloud, nor meteorological anomaly, nor optical illusion. It possesses pupil-like structures clearly visible both day and night. Some pilots even reported feeling an intense gaze when approaching it. Scientists initially suspected atmospheric refraction or satellite projections, but all instruments confirmed it was a real, unclassifiable form. It emitted no light, yet reflected starlight. Motionless, it appeared hours later on the opposite hemisphere, as if observing us or recording something. More unsettling still, multiple brainwave research teams reported simultaneously. That very night, countless individuals dreamt of the same image, that colossal eye. Could it be more than an object in the sky? Some entity capable of resonating with human consciousness? Some propose it might be an observation device from higher dimensional life forms, while others suggest it's an image projected by humanity's collective consciousness. This may be the most disturbing news you'll hear today. U.S. astronomers have just confirmed that one of the largest comets ever is on an impossible to deflect trajectory towards Earth. It's not a movie and it's not a guess. It has a number C 2025 Q7 and a diameter of more than 150 kilometers. Scientists say that if it did hit the Earth, would release as much energy as tens of millions of nuclear bombs combined. Entire continents could disappear in an instant and the climate would be permanently altered. But what's even more frightening is that it's on a trajectory of material we've never seen before. Some astrophysicists suspect that the comet's core is not ice, it's not rock, it's an unknown dense material that may have come from some dimension beyond the edge of the solar system that we don't yet understand. NASA has launched an emergency observation program, but warns that the comet's orbit is unstable and that any slight deflection could rewrite Earth's history. Yesterday, an ordinary man found a shard of broken glass in the countryside. He casually held it up, pointing it toward the sky. What he thought was merely sunlight refracting revealed on the other side of the glass a massive spacecraft invisible to the naked eye. It hovered high above, its outline sharp and distinct, resembling some colossal mechanical structure slowly rotating. More astonishingly, when he captured it all on his phone, nothing appeared when viewed with the naked eye. It could only be seen through that piece of glass. Scientists suggested it might be a visual illusion caused by spectral shift. Others speculated it could be an unnamed cloaking technology, or even evidence that an alien civilization had long existed above us, invisible to the naked eye. If true, this implied our skies weren't empty at all, but a higher dimensional space obscured by a filter, revealing its truth only through accidental angles and mediums. This isn't a movie, it's the scene he witnessed firsthand. The U.S. Department of Defense has just announced a new type of laser cannon weapon has completed combat deployment testing. It has no muzzle, no ammunition, and no explosion. Its lethality comes from a silent beam of pure energy. This weapon is called Sentinel-X, controlled by an artificial intelligence system that can identify and lock onto targets in 0.3 seconds, then use a beam of light exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius to instantly vaporize enemy drones, missiles, or even the hulls of tanks. They say, this is not just a new weapon, but the end of the rules of war. What's even more shocking is that it consumes almost no traditional energy, produces no recoil, and can operate continuously for 24 hours. The U.S. military has even hinted that laser cannons may be installed on satellites in the future, enabling real-time strikes on ground targets from space. You'll find that traditional tanks and aircraft carriers are as outdated as old steam locomotives in its presence. The United States has just officially announced that its 7th generation supersonic fighter jet has entered the operational deployment preparation phase. According to a leaked Pentagon test report, this fighter jet can travel at a speed of Mach 9 through the edge of the atmosphere and can fly in near space for short periods of time. It does not have a traditional cockpit and is fully controlled by AI, yet it can autonomously evade missiles, distinguish between friend and foe, and even formulate attack strategies. Engineers state that its brain is not a chip, but a neuromorphic quantum system, highly similar to the reaction mechanisms of the human brain. Its most peculiar feature is that it has no fixed form. Its structural framework uses a combination of shape memory alloy and nanoliquid metal, enabling it to automatically deform according to its environment and slip into radar blind spots like a living organism. Each unit costs over $4.2 billion, with only 4 units produced. The U.S. Air Force has codenamed it Project Ghostmind. Over the past few days, some scenes that defy conventional explanation have been appearing around the world. Beneath the glaciers of Antarctica, a blood-red waterfall cascades from thick layers of ice, as if the Earth itself were bleeding. Shortly thereafter, similar red streams were observed deep within the rainforests of South America. Even more bizarrely, satellite imagery revealed that certain salt lakes in the Middle East, which had been dry for years, had turned a deep red within just a few days. Despite being separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, they seem to be connected by an invisible hand. Scientists say this is a harbinger of doom. Throughout history, every global Echon natural phenomenon has been accompanied by a turning point in civilization. Blood red water was once seen as a symbol of divine punishment in ancient times. And now, Phenomena that science and data cannot fully explain seem to be pushing us back into that ancient fear once again. This may be the most disturbing news you'll hear today. U.S. astronomers have just confirmed that one of the largest comets ever is on an impossible to deflect trajectory towards Earth. It's not a movie and it's not a guess. It has a number C 2025 Q7 and a diameter of more than 150 kilometers. Scientists say that if it did hit the Earth, would release as much energy as tens of millions of nuclear bombs combined. Entire continents could disappear in an instant and the climate would be permanently altered. But what's even more frightening is that it's on a trajectory of material we've never seen before. Some astrophysicists suspect that the comet's core is not ice, it's not rock, it's an unknown dense material that may have come from some dimension beyond the edge of the solar system that we don't yet understand. NASA has launched an emergency observation program, but warns that the comet's orbit is unstable and that any slight deflection could rewrite Earth's history.
You may want to call in late to work tomorrow morning because tonight is date night. It's the best, most romantic night of the year. And I'm not just talking about the Perseid meteor shower that's out later tonight, but I'm also talking about the nearly full moon. We're just past full moon now. It's in the waning gibbous phase. It'll be about 85% full. And while that sounds bad for the meteor shower because you'll see less meteors, it also makes for a romantic night. If you have a view to the south, you'll see the moon. If you have a view to the north, you'll have a good view of the meteors. Actually, they'll be high in the north. So let's say you are on the beach looking to the south at the moon late night after midnight tonight. Let's say you're doing that. Well, then if you look high in the sky at the same time, every once in a while, you'll see one of those magical shooting stars. What a way to impress a date or a loved one of any kind. Head out tonight, but again, it's after midnight. You have to stay up late, and that's why I suggest you call in a little bit late to work tomorrow.
This isn't science fiction, a fighter jet disappearing from the radar screen in an instant, only to reappear hundreds of kilometers away a few seconds later. Is this optical interference? A radar blind spot? This is China's legendary aerial teleportation. The Chinese fighter jet J-36 is currently undergoing test flights. It is rumored that the J-36 integrates a quantum radar evasion system, AI path prediction algorithms, and electromagnetic bubble suppression engines. It's not just about stealth, it's about actively becoming invisible through algorithms. It makes enemy radars see the wrong location, or even non-existent on the radar. Behind this lies China's ultimate simulation of future air combat dominance. Whoever breaks the linear strike logic first wins the information-based air superiority. While the US Air Force's F-22 and NGAD still rely on traditional stealth coatings and infrared suppression, China may have already entered a combat model based on perception, deception, and spatial displacement. No, this isn't a movie. The sky in Utah, USA truly split open. After a deafening roar, the camera captured an extraordinary scene. A bizarre shape emerged in the empty blue sky. As if the sky itself had malfunctioned, it began to warp and spread, radiating flame-like patterns. These fiery streaks burned and twisted across the heavens, as though a corner of the celestial canopy had been torn open, revealing some force straining to break through. But what was even more bizarre was that as it expanded to visible proportions, it actually began moving toward the sun. The entire sky seemed pulled by some invisible force. Experts attempted explanations. Aurora, high-altitude air currents, meteor fragments, yet none could account for that sensation of space being torn apart. Witnesses claimed it wasn't a cloud nor light, it resembled a door opening. A door to a place we've never understood. The question is, where does it lead and who is opening it?
Breaking news. Two rare natural phenomena are about to light up the night sky. Don't miss this incredible moment with your loved ones. Tonight, the heavens will treat us to a spectacular sight. The harvest supermoon will reach its peak. This time, the supermoon will be the closest to Earth all year. Because it sits near the perigee point of its orbit, the moon will appear much larger and nearly 30% brighter than a typical full moon. The best time to see it will be around 11:47 p.m. Eastern Time. To get the clearest view, step away from the city lights and find an open space. Look toward the eastern horizon as the moon rises. You'll see it glowing large and golden through the atmosphere. Binoculars or a small telescope will help you see the moon's surface in stunning detail. And tomorrow night, the Draconid meteor shower will make its grand appearance. Starting around 8 p.m., streaks of light will dance across the sky, creating a breathtaking celestial show. So make a wish, share this moment with someone special, and remember these two rare events are a gift from the universe you won't want to miss.
So these motherfuckers got a train that goes underneath water for 35 minutes? Count me out. So this motherfucker right here is the Eurostar train that goes from London to Paris underneath water in a tunnel for 35 minutes. You already know, count me out. Because all I can think about is, what if this boy just fill up with water and we in this boy? It's over with. You can't get out of there. You cannot bail. See you later, Casanova. Now, I know it's a lot of motherfuckers that use this method daily to cut their commute in half. But for me, I take the motherfucking scenic route. It'll just be my luck that I get on one of these, and before I know it, hell freezes over, this boy fills up with water, and I can't get out. Count me out. If I'm not willing to do bridges, I'm definitely not willing to do trains underneath water for 35 minutes or more. Count me out.
This is insane. Today, a bizarre phenomenon appeared in the skies over Texas. Moving human-shaped clouds. Not ordinary clouds. They had heads, arms, and could even walk, as if strolling slowly through the air. Thousands captured videos. Some claimed it was just a coincidence of air currents, while others firmly believed this wasn't a natural phenomenon. Scientists initially attributed it to a visual illusion caused by atmospheric layering. But the problem is, the cloud formations moved with uncanny precision, as if mimicking human movements. Some even saw it appear to look down toward the ground. It felt like being observed by some higher intelligence. After analyzing the footage, the research team discovered these humanoid clouds all appeared within the same latitudinal band, as if precisely orchestrated by some force.
Did you hear the massive news today from NASA about 3I Atlas? 3I Atlas is that interstellar object that's traveling through our solar system and is going to do a flyby Earth. Well, NASA announced something that changes everything. They said that they pointed the James Webb Telescope at 3I Atlas, and they pushed a button that shoots photon protein fiber beams in the direction of an object they want to see. But they said they can only use it once because it's so powerful it burns out the telescope. So James Webb Telescope is now burnt out, but it allowed them to get close-up imagery of 3I Atlas. And they said when they were looking at it serendipitously, 3 objects came out of the center of 3I Atlas. And they didn't say these objects broke off it. They said they came out of the center, and the objects have propulsioners on them. And so one of them, they said, is headed towards Earth. The second one is headed towards our moon. And the third one is headed randomly towards Venus. And they said they're going so fast that the one to Earth will get here in a week and a half. I have an inside source at NASA that leaked the imageries to me, and I'm going to post that in part 2.
An American pilot did the impossible over Russia. What followed shocked both sides. During a high-risk spy mission, a U.S. pilot was killed deep in Russian airspace. For Russian fighter planes rushed to intercept him, the odds were terrifying. He was 320 kilometers from any safe place, and Russian missiles could reach him in just 2 minutes. Every second counted. Then he did the unthinkable. Without warning, his plane went completely dark. No lights, no signal. He cut all power and dropped the aircraft like a stone. Russian radar lost him instantly. Ground control at home received a swindling and chilling message. Sometimes, to disappear, you have to fall. For 3 long minutes, the pilot glided silently through the night. No engine, no radio, just instincts, experience, and sheer courage guiding him. The Russians searched frantically. Radar scanned the sky relentlessly, showing nothing but emptiness. The silence stretched unbearably, thick with tension.
This isn't a movie, it's real footage. In a warehouse, a CCTV camera captured something truly bizarre. a blurry figure suddenly appears on the screen. It starts moving, swaying, dancing to the rhythm of music. But what's even more chilling, this ghost is clearly wearing shoes, moving its feet as if it never left this world. The video quickly went viral, shocking both experts and ordinary people. A ghost dancing and wearing shoes? Is this a trick of the light or something far more unexplainable? The footage is unedited and the surroundings are real, but the ghostly movements defy logic. As it dances, the temperature in the room fluctuates and the lights flicker as if the spirit is controlling the very space it occupies. Scientists have suggested it could be image residue or light distortion, but the shoes, those clearly visible shoes, make every explanation seem weak. Could it be a residual energy? Yes. This is exactly what we were warned about. Scientists are in shock after discovering signs of a creature larger than an entire continent rising from the ocean depths. Its name, as written in Isaiah 27, Leviathan, the monstrous serpent of chaos foretold to appear on Judgment Day. Aerial photos now show what looks like a colossal head beneath the waves. It's not land, it's moving. And sonar scans taken in May revealed a massive dark shape, hundreds of feet deep, slowly pushing toward the surface. Its size, bigger than the entire state of Texas. Experts fear it could be heading toward the US, especially after a sudden crack 6 football fields wide opened in Wyoming without warning. Meanwhile, earthquakes are increasing, whales and marine life keep washing ashore. Lifeless, everything points to one chilling possibility. Leviathan is waking up, or the Bible's doomsday prophecy coming true. If it's real, humanity may already be running. This may be the most incredible news you'll hear today. The U.S. Department of Defense has just confirmed that a brand new laser weapon has been put into real-world testing. No bullets, no explosions, not even sound. It kills with a beam of light. It sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie, but today it's being deployed on warships, warplanes, and even space platforms. It's said to be able to pinpoint a target and vaporize it in seconds. Whether it's a high-speed missile, a drone, or a stealthy fighter jet, there's little chance of escape if you're hit by the dot of light. What's even more amazing is that the cost of hitting this weapon is only about $1. In other words, it can be fired thousands of times at incredibly low cost. This is a revolution that revolutionizes the logic of war. Instead of firepower versus firepower, it's technology overpowering everything. It uses artificial intelligence to assist in aiming, automatically recognizing airborne threats, adjusting angles, and firing precisely. There is no smoke, no error, only precise calculation and pure destruction. This is insane. An expedition team in an uncharted wilderness discovered ruins belonging to no known civilization. They initially thought it was just wind-eroded rock formations until the drone captured. Asterisk, asterisk, symmetrically arranged holes, asterisk, asterisk in the stone walls, each resembling traces of breath. As they approached, ground instruments detected life at the site. Not animal, not plant. It had no fixed form, yet possessed orientation and consciousness, as if memorizing some direction, some past. The leaders said they heard low-frequency sound waves pulsing through the air, like a heartbeat, like breathing. But no one was nearby. When they attempted to record, all devices shut down automatically. Later, at the Ruin Center, they discovered a stone structure, a perfect human form, yet faceless. Scans revealed its density surpassed any earthly rock formation, so the question arises.
A massive global internet outage has taken down many of the world's biggest websites and apps after a failure in Amazon Web Services, AWS, the cloud network that powers much of the modern internet. Platforms including Snapchat, Duolingo, Zoom, and Roblox were all affected, alongside major UK banks such as Lloyds, Halifax, and Bank of Scotland, whose online services and apps were briefly inaccessible. Even government websites and online shopping platforms reported disruptions. AWS, Amazon's cloud computing division, provides the digital infrastructure used by millions of companies and organizations around the world, from entertainment and banking to healthcare and logistics. According to Amazon, the outage began around midnight Pacific time and was linked to a malfunction in one of its core data systems located in Northern Virginia, which handles a significant share of global traffic. When an outage of this scale fail happens, many immediately suspect a cyber attack. Security experts have warned that the internet's critical infrastructure is far more fragile than most people realize. However, Amazon says there's currently no evidence of a cyber attack or malicious activity.
This may be the craziest thing you've heard today. The U.S. military has just completed an almost unimaginable live fire test. They had a supersonic fighter jet from high altitude fire a missile called the AGM-183 AARRW. It traveled at Mach 70. What does that mean? The equivalent of traveling 24 kilometers per second, hundreds of times faster than a bullet, and even faster than the linear velocity of the Earth's rotation. Before you even hear its name, it's already penetrated the atmosphere and hit its target. What's even more shocking is that this missile doesn't rely on conventional propulsion, but rather utilizes hypersonic glider technology to complete its reorbiting and reacceleration in the air. Once launched, even the most advanced air defense systems have no time to react. Instead of bypassing your defenses, it simply ignores it. This is a radical change in the game of war. It's no longer weapons against weapons, it's dimensional suppression. If a country has it, it can launch a strike against any target on the planet in less than 10 minutes. Imagine a fighter pilot turning around with a weapon that has already completed a global strike mission.
58 million pounds. Okay, that's how much food Hillshire Brands just recalled because it could unalive you. This one's very serious. Hillshire Brands is pulling every kind of corn dog and sausage on a stick that they make. We're talking nationwide. Grocery stores, restaurants, schools, even military facilities. Why? Because pieces of wood were found inside the batter, and not just once. There's been multiple complaints. At least 5 people were hurt before the recall went public. That means if you or your kids grab these from the freezer, you can literally bite into splinters and have very serious consequences, including choking, broken teeth, or internal injuries. This is a Class 1 recall. It's the top level, the most serious kind of recall. If you have these, don't mess around. Throw it out.
This will make you question reality entirely. Last night, portals appeared in multiple locations across the United States. It wasn't a lighting effect, nor was it an illusion. Surveillance footage and on-site videos show the door floating in midair as if torn from the fabric of space, with light and shadow swirling inside that didn't belong to this world. Most bizarrely, some claimed to see another street beyond the door, but the sky was a completely different color and there were no stars. Scientists arrived on the scene and immediately cordoned off the area. They said that a spatial portal might indicate that the physical laws we understand are incomplete. If it can connect to another dimension or even a parallel universe, it's like a weak point in the structure of the universe suddenly collapsing. Authorities have not provided any official explanation. They only said that everything is still under investigation. But the video has already gone viral online and countless people have gathered at the street entrance. This may be the craziest thing you've heard today. The U.S. military has been rumored to be hiding a flying machine. It doesn't rely on fuel. It doesn't rely on engines. It doesn't even need air. It's called the TR-3B, a black tech vehicle said to be powered by anti-gravity. It's never in the news, but it's frequently seen in videos of sightings you can't explain. There's no tail flame, no sound. It hovers in the air, completely defying the laws of physics as we know them. At its heart is a device called a plasma ring booster, which creates a localized gravitational distortion field by spinning liquid metal at high speed. It sounds like science fiction, but back in the 1990s, the US military was rumored to have this technology. Can you imagine? A triangular looking platform suspended above your head, neither an airplane nor a UFO, but extraterrestrial technology of our own making. Some retired military engineers have even hinted that this is mankind's first non-rocket dependent prototype of an interplanetary vehicle. Today, NASA officially announced an incredible discovery. 3I divided by Atlas, a visitor from beyond our solar system, has re-entered our observational field of view. Scientists say it is no ordinary comet. Its trajectory, velocity, and composition differ from all known celestial bodies. Even more bizarrely, 3I divided by Atlas seems to remember the path it took during its last passage through the solar system. In other words, it may be consciously repeating its journey. NASA data indicates it traversed the edge of the galaxy at astonishing speeds, releasing gases containing molecular structures never before detected on Earth. These molecules can self-reassemble under extreme cold conditions, resembling primordial templates for life forms. Some scientists propose a bold hypothesis. This might not be a mere comet, but some kind of information carrier. It travels through the cosmos, bearing chemical signals from other civilizations, like a message in a bottle, only drifting not across oceans, but across galaxies. Today, the United States of America officially admitted that the 7th generation fighter jet has entered the real-world verification phase. They didn't disclose the model number. They didn't show the exterior, only one sentence. It can end a war without opening the weapons bay. What does that mean? A fully AI-controlled combat platform can strike, leave the battle zone, and even change the enemy's data chain before the other side realizes it's there. Not only is it stealthy, it can even fool enemy radar and satellites, creating false target images and disrupting the entire airspace. This is not an air superiority fighter, nor is it a bomber, but an intelligent war corps that integrates command, jamming, assault, and surveillance. It doesn't even need human pilots. The AI decision-making system adjusts the attack logic in real time according to the evolution of the battlefield. The fastest response time is 0.003 seconds. The military has not detailed its deployment location.
Stunning update on the 10,000-year-old ocean playground discovered last week. Marine archaeologists are finding even more down there.
Researchers exploring an underwater playground off the coast of Hawaii have found a pipe that went all the way to Japan and led them to a shocking discovery. Down beneath the ocean, they found a massive stone pyramid that is over 150 meters long, 40 meters wide, and 27 meters tall, with precise terraces and geometric shapes hidden below the Pacific. Is it a natural formation or an ancient civilization's work?
Breaking news. A man named Noah in Ghana is building an Ark of Doom. It has become a hot topic across the country after claiming that what happened during the biblical days of Noah is about to happen again. According to him, starting December 25, 2025, a heavy rain will fall continuously for 3 years, flooding the entire world. He says God revealed it to him, and he has already begun building an ark to prepare for what's coming. Noah, who lives in a small community in Ghana, says he has spent months gathering strong, seasoned wood to build the ark. He claims the materials are not ordinary, that each piece has been prayed over and chosen under divine instruction. While many people laugh at him and call him crazy, others are beginning to pay attention. Some say, wasn't it the same thing people said to the first Noah? They mocked him until it was too late, despite the criticism. This modern-day Noah says he will not stop. He believes his mission is to save as many lives as possible before the rain begins. He invites anyone who believes to join him in building the ark and preparing for the flood. Whether it's faith, fear, or pure conviction, one thing is clear, his story has sparked conversations across. Drop your comment.
The product is a silicone bowl made for babies and kids, even marketed as safe. But what one suburban mom experienced is something she doesn't want any other parent to go through.
Ellie's food was in a silicone bowl made by Panda Ear. It's supposed to stick to the surface of a table or high chair. But Angela shows us just how easily it can slide off. We discovered a consumer complaint documenting a near-identical incident. The report just submitted on September 22nd. A parent describes that a Panda Ear bowl suctioned to her 18-month-old's face. The parent writes she could not breathe.
This is not a drill, and it's not science fiction. The largest comet ever recorded is now hurtling directly toward Earth, and scientists are terrified. It's so massive. Its icy core is bigger than Mount Everest, stretching over 80 miles wide. To put that in perspective, if it hits, it could wipe out entire continents in seconds. Astronomers first spotted it on the edge of our solar system, but here's the shocking part. Instead of drifting away, its trajectory has shifted, locking onto a collision course with our planet, and it's moving faster every single day. Satellites already show its glowing tail stretching millions of miles, visible even from deep space. Experts warn the impact would unleash firestorms, earthquakes, and tidal waves higher than skyscrapers, plunging the world into a new ice age. Governments are scrambling in secret, debating if nuclear weapons could even make a difference. Some say it's already too late. Survivors? There may be none. This isn't just another comet. This is a planet killer. This will make you question reality entirely. Just yesterday, bizarre ball lightning appeared in multiple locations across the United States. It wasn't ordinary lightning. Instead, it was a flaming, rotating orb of light, hovering between streets and skyscrapers. Even more astonishingly, witnesses reported these balls of lightning didn't dissipate immediately. They could linger for several minutes, pass through windows, and flicker inside rooms without causing major fires. Scientists attempted to explain it, suggesting it might be an extreme manifestation of plasma. But the problem is, the stable existence of free electrical energy defies our current understanding of physics. Even more eerie, in surveillance footage, these lightning balls seem to follow crowds as if possessing some form of perception. Some describe them as living energy within the city. If this is true, it means we have always lived surrounded by unknown forces. The skies over America unleashed the largest hailstones in recorded history. Not ordinary ice, but chunks nearly the size of cars fell from the heavens. Within minutes, temperatures plummeted over 20 degrees across the entire town. Footage captured by netizens was truly spine-chilling. A man struck by hail on the street was nearly frozen solid in an instant. Moisture in the air and ice on the ground seemed to freeze time within seconds. Meteorologists suggest this may signal extreme disturbances in the climate system. Warm air colliding with a cold front high in the atmosphere released energy faster than a bullet. Disturbingly, this super hail phenomenon isn't isolated. Over the past 3 months, similar extreme cold drops have been reported across the southern US, Argentina, and even northern Europe. Scientists are investigating whether it relates to disturbances in Earth's magnetosphere or stratospheric ruptures.
It's been revealed that all of the chain's fries are sprayed with an incredibly toxic pesticide that's so harmful that the fries cannot be safely consumed until 6 weeks post-spray. This investigation dug deeper and revealed this fact after the French fries sold by McDonald's were found to contain substances that can cause cancer and even brain damage, in a discovery that came to light just recently. McDonald's only uses a very specific kind of potato in order to make their fries. This potato is known as the Russet Burbank potato, and they have a very thin, uniquely long shape that's responsible for creating the appearance of McDonald's fries we recognize. They're quite difficult to grow, which is exactly why these pesticides have to be used in the first place. A kind of pesticide that's almost ridiculously toxic, which is also known by its other name, methimidofos, comes with its share of shocking side effects. There have also been many cases of poisoning as a result of monitor exposure. The symptoms of poisoning from this pesticide are pretty nasty. I guess that gives you one more reason not to eat food from McDonald's.
A surveillance camera captured something chilling. No lights, no people, just an empty, silent field. Then out of nowhere, the grass began to ripple. Within seconds, a perfect circle appeared, so precise it looked like it was carved by a laser. Here's the shocking part. No one entered the frame, no machines, no footsteps. The circle simply formed itself. For decades, mysterious crop circles have baffled the world. Many dismiss them as pranks. But this is the first time ever that a camera has caught one being created. Experts rushed to explain it away. Wind, magnetism, weather, but the edges were far too sharp, the lines too exact. This wasn't nature. It was something else. The internet exploded. Alien ships leaving marks, signals from another dimension, proof we're being watched. Whatever it was, one thing is certain. This video proves something beyond us is here and it's watching. What exactly are they conveying? And for whom are they meant?
A pizza delivery driver was ordered to pay $500,000 after helping an elderly woman who had fallen. 90-year-old Annie was taking a walk in her garden when she tripped over a stone. Nearby, Justin, a delivery driver, happened to see her fall. He immediately rushed over, helped her up, and escorted her safely back home. Annie thanked him sincerely, saying, "If it weren't for him, I don't know how long I would have been lying there." But just as Justin was about to leave, he was stopped by Annie's family. They were furious, accusing him of pushing her down in the first place. Justin repeatedly denied it. "I didn't push her, I just helped her up." But Annie's son, Ben, snapped back. If you didn't push her, then why did you help? Angry and frightened, Justin called the police. Yet when officers arrived and asked Annie what had happened, she claimed Justin had pushed her. With no surveillance cameras nearby, Justin had no way to prove his innocence. Ben then demanded $500,000 in compensation. Determined to clear his name, Justin went public with the story online, hoping to find any witnesses who might have seen what really happened. Millions of viewers rallied behind him. Some accused Annie's family of extortion, while others warned, next time you help someone, make sure you record it.
For many of those passenger ships are like a second home. But for one woman, the ocean liner is her only home.
Aboard the Crystal Serenity, she's known simply as Mama Lee, and she's been living there for the past 8 years.
I don't have to shop. I don't have to cook. I don't have to do anything. I do what I want, when I want, if I want.
She and her late husband, Mason, took nearly 100 cruises together before he died in 1997.
The last thing he ever said to me, this was the day before he died, don't you quit cruising. I started frequent cruising, but I got very, very tired of packing and unpacking. So I said, there's got to be a better way to do this.
Mama Lee sold her house in Florida, along with her car and most of her belongings, and never looked back.
I'm now a great-grandmother, and my grandchildren are having children, but I don't want to be there every minute for that. I love babies, but they grow up.
Mama Lee has now done more than 240 cruises around the world and visited hundreds of different ports.
Like most toddlers, Ivy loves the water, but in her case, bath time can only last a few seconds.
I want to see your feet.
Her feet turn red with painful blisters.
I would rub her with a towel that they would kind of break open.
So what's going on?
Ivy is allergic to water.
That's right. All water, hot or cold, causes Ivy to have a severe allergic reaction. So her parents, Brittany and Daniel Angerman, limit her outdoor play so she stays clean. But some things are impossible to control.
She's allergic to her own tears.
Ivy's baby sister, Grace, doesn't have the condition.
I want to play with my sister. I want to be in the bathtub. I want to splash, play, laugh. And no, she'll sit there on the sidelines, kind of doomed. No.
Instead of a bath, Ivy is cleaned with wet wipes.
Put your arm up.
It's absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, you can't even put it into words how that makes you feel as a father.
When Ivy was born, she loved the water.
This is footage accidentally captured by a photography enthusiast, but everyone who's seen it says the same thing. It's the creepiest, most unsettling video of the year. That night, he took his drone deep into a remote mountain range just to test out the thermal imaging mode. At first, everything looked normal until he turned his camera toward a cliff. There, he saw 9 clear human figures standing in a circle at 3:30 in the morning as if performing some kind of ritual. He zoomed in and realized one of them was dragging a long, human-shaped bag away. When he looked again, there were only 8 people left. Where did the 9th one go? Was that body bag what he thought it was? He kept filming and soon noticed an old cabin not far from the cliff. Through the thermal lens, someone was inside, someone he recognized from that circle. Then suddenly, 2 more figures appeared in frame. One was running, the other chasing. They disappeared into the trees, and the screen went completely still. The video ends there, just the sound of wind, darkness, and that lonely mountain. To this day, no one knows who those 9 people were or what really happened that night.
Now that a 4-year lawsuit has ended, the Diesel brothers are sharing their side of the story. A federal judge ordered the custom truck makers to pay more than $800,000 to the U.S. government as well as Davis County for polluting Utah's air.
Firing up the engine on this diesel truck, you can see the tailpipe vibrate, but don't see anything coming out. Diesel brothers back in 2016 stripped pieces like the DPF from their trucks, violating the Clean Air Act.
As awful and disgusting as those plumes look, they are equally serious health hazards.
The attorney for the Diesel brothers does not dispute that they had 23 trucks missing these important pieces, and neither did the judge, who ordered the Diesel brothers pay more than $800,000 to the U.S. government, 10% of which will go to Davis County. Meanwhile, the Diesel brothers say all of their diesel trucks are emissions compliant.
We burn 100% renewable diesel fuel.
Wow, okay. Are you ready for this? So
We're days away from a once-in-a-lifetime moment. 3i Atlas is about to graze the sun, and it's getting more and more interesting, frankly, strange by the day. Let's go through what's verified, what's speculation, and why everyone is watching 3i Atlas so closely right now. So as of October 23rd, 3i Atlas is about 360 million kilometers from Earth. It's currently passing through Virgo, and it's headed for its closest point to the sun around October 29th. It will be just inside of Mars's orbit. ESA's ExoMars and Mars Express, these orbiters have captured the object earlier this month. It was a faint white blur surrounded by a glowing coma. Telescopes like Gemini South have confirmed it's slowly forming a tail, but it's still super faint because it's so far. The Swift Observatory measured it shedding water like a cosmic fire hose. Now, normally we'd expect regular updates from NASA, but the timing is very odd. So while ESA and independent astronomers have been posting, NASA
80 cars destroyed a farmer's land, causing over $10,000 in losses. Overnight, his hayfield turned into a parking lot. The drivers treated his farm like a temporary event space. No one asked permission, no one paid. They just parked, locked their cars, and walked away. But that field wasn't just grass. It was 3 months of hard work, cutting, drying, baling. It was the feed that would keep his cattle alive through the winter. Now it's gone, soaked with oil, fuel, and trash. When he arrived, rows of cars glistened under the sun like invaders standing on the land that kept him alive. He called the police, but they told him it's a civil matter. We can't get involved. In rural America, a piece of land isn't just property, it's life. Every bale of hay, every inch of soil holds months of sweat, labor, and dignity. And these people crushed it into mud. Some said it's just grass, but to a farmer, it's survival. It's hope for winter. One commenter wrote, "We didn't just lose our land. We lost people's respect for honest work."
Breaking news. The entire world is experiencing the same phenomenon on November 3rd. A continuously glowing, pulsating energy ring appeared in the sky. It was neither a meteor nor an aurora. Scientists say its frequency doesn't belong to Earth's spectrum. It even exceeds all known physical wave bands. At that very moment, NASA issued an emergency statement confirming that all monitoring instruments simultaneously distorted. Observers described the light as if it were breathing. With each pulse, Earth's magnetic field trembled slightly, as though the planet's own heartbeat were being pulled by it. Even stranger, countless people around the globe reported the same sensations: dizziness, ringing in the ears, irregular heartbeat, and an uncanny feeling of being watched. Some claim it's a communication test from outer space. Others believe it's Earth responding to our long silence.
The Colorado man thought he was on his way to the American dream. He inherited money, he bought property, and now he's being booted off.
He moved his motorhome up here, bought a shipping container to use as a storage shed for tools, paid big bucks to drill a water well and to have this power pole installed. He has a propane tank and a chicken coop. His dream is to build a home, but that dream came crashing down in April when he received this notice from Jefferson County telling him it was illegal to park his RV and shipping container on the property when there is no house.
I own this property. I paid for it in cash. It's all mine. I should be able to live on it for a certain amount of time while I'm surveying or engineering or planning.
The complaint accused him of trying to have people live in the shipping container. He says that's not the case. He says there's a dresser inside, but he uses it as a workbench and to store tools. He said he should be able to live in the motorhome while he's drawing up plans, building his own house.
American astronomers have just confirmed that in a month's time, Earth will see a second sun. Not a metaphor, not a hallucination, but an ignited white dwarf star will explode with a light comparable to the sun's at a very close distance from Earth. For a short period of time, it will make our skies day and night. Night will no longer fall, and the stars will not be visible. They call this astronomical phenomenon the second day. It's a spectacle that hasn't really happened in tens of thousands of years. But it's not just about beauty. It's not science fiction. It's the reality of astronomy. Scientists warn this intense light and radiation could affect our sleep, biological clocks, and even the climate system. The reproductive cycles of polar animals could be disrupted. Photosynthesis in plants could collapse. And more importantly, it could reshape our perception of the stability of the universe. If there can be a second sun this time, will there be a second Earth next time? It's happening and you're witnessing it. A super project that has been hidden for decades has finally been exposed. The United States is quietly building an underground city that can accommodate 330 million people. According to leaked information, this is not a bomb shelter or a military base. It is an entire city cluster built in layers with air regeneration, food synthesis, and energy recycling systems. The project is being constructed by One Automated Systems, with robotic arms operating 24/7 underground across 100 levels, each with independent power supply and seismic isolation systems. You can farm, access the internet, attend school, and even keep pets underground. Some say this is the ultimate preparation for a nuclear apocalypse. Others believe that U.S. officials have already been aware of an impending global scale disaster warning. But the question is, why is this information being revealed now? Scientists say that if a global nuclear explosion were to occur, the surface would become a wasteland, and this city would serve as a backup for civilization.
This guy walked around our roof, lifted some shingles, picked off a couple of loose ones. Remember, Inside Edition's House of Shame has hidden cameras all around.
That's mad.
Even a one-way mirror that you can't see in, but we can see out. Our experts were watching from a control room on the first floor. When the roofer finished, he came back in the house and he had some bad news to deliver.
How long will it take and how much will it cost?
It will be half a day to a day job.
Okay.
And it'll be 1,800.
Whoa! 1,800.
That's a little excessive, and especially saying it's going to take a half a day. I think it's going to get a couple hours worth of work there, and that should take care of it.
$1,800 is a lot of money for a couple of hours of work.
Yeah.
So it was time to let this contractor know he stepped into the House of Shame.
I'm actually not the homeowner. I'm Lisa Guerrero with Inside Edition.
But he was in no mood to stick around.
You're charging us too much, aren't you? Are you trying to rip me off?
No.
This will make you question reality entirely. An expedition team composed of the world's top scholars discovered an unrecorded underground tomb today deep within Egypt's desert, beneath the pyramids. They stated the tomb's entrance wasn't at ground level, but concealed deep within a stone passage buried under sand for millennia. Descending this passage, they entered a completely different realm. The walls were engraved with hieroglyphics never seen before, symbols incompatible with any modern language. The air was cold and dry, yet carried a peculiar fragrance. Most astonishingly, the tomb center held not a sarcophagus, but a massive stone apparatus resembling some mechanical or ritual platform. The expedition team examined it with the latest scanning technology. The results revealed complex metallic structures within the device, completely incompatible with any known ancient Egyptian craftsmanship. Some speculated that this was a relic of technology far beyond its time, possibly even involving an extraterrestrial civilization.
Our camera repeatedly caught Tampa Solid Waste Truck 1277 parked with its engine running. GPS records show it was in the same spot 93 minutes that day.
See plenty of garbage around that he could be picking up right now.
On another afternoon, GPS reports indicate truck 1277 was in the same spot for 2 hours 25 minutes before it headed back to the yard. The employees in the truck make about $20 an hour. Mark Wilfock is director of Tampa's Solid Waste Department. He oversees 200 employees who collect garbage and recycling from 79,000 homes and businesses.
We have discovered some of that behavior probably maybe about a year ago or so.
But even though every truck is equipped with GPS tracking, managers didn't know this crew was sitting around until we asked for the records. We followed solid waste trucks for weeks and found them riding all over the city during early afternoon hours, burning up fuel you paid for. Sometimes employees stopped for meals or snacks. Other times they hung out with colleagues. But rarely did we see trucks picking up garbage during the afternoon.
That's when residents of the Islington Towers have to remove their window air conditioning units. Fearing eviction, few agreed to go on camera.
After spending all day in the heat, the last thing I want to do is come to my own house, my home, and then boil in here as well.
In a memo to tenants, building manager Metcalf Living says, quote, "We regret that we cannot allow this type of equipment."
I don't think there's anyone
that works for Metcalf that goes home at night that doesn't have air conditioning. And why would they take that away from us?
We're concerned because air conditioners are falling out of windows that aren't properly installed, and we're concerned because the electrical system can't handle it, and it's overloading the electrical system and blowing main fuses and could cause a fire.
But he was also quick to point out exemptions to the window AC ban that he says should be understood by all, such as the elderly or those who need AC for medical reasons can keep them.
Never ever mentioned. It's not in the memo, and that's just something that came up when you spoke to them. I think it's damage control. I have congestive heart failure, I'm diabetic, and now I have the lines in for the dialysis, and I can't take the heat.
The world's largest spider's web has just been discovered, has more than 111,000 arachnids in it. This Tuesday was carried out by researchers of the Hungarian Szepinta University of Transylvania. This massive web found itself in the cave of Sulfur, which lies between the border of Greece and Albania. Access is in Greece, but when one goes into it is in Albanian territory. This group of experts found this gigantic spider web that houses more than 111,000 arachnids. This one has an extension of about 106 square meters, was found about 50 meters from the entrance to this cave. These researchers mention QSE, surprised by finding 2 species of spiders coexisting in this spider megatella as if it were a colony. Something else, which also surprised him, is that these arachnids live in complete darkness. Also mentioned that a colony of spiders so great, how is related to a high abundance of food resources.
Stop buying Costco rotisserie chicken. Here's why. You probably didn't know this, but this little Pete is only about 6 weeks old. This is a specially bred chicken in horrible conditions, grown and fattened on likely corn and soy that's GMO to create this chicken in 6 weeks that you're eating. They take it to a mass slaughterhouse where they dip it in chlorine and other toxins to make it safe, and it's leaving those residues on the chicken. And this bird isn't just seasoned with normal herbs and spices. They have preservatives in here like sodium phosphate that's linked to liver and kidney damage, and carrageenan, which can degrade into polygeenan, which is a known inflammatory agent and possible carcinogen. And lastly, this chicken is hot, right out of the oven, stored in a plastic bag. And nobody really knows what type of plastic bag this is, but it's likely a mix of polyethylene terephthalate. Remember that word phthalate? It's a known hormone disruptor, and this is microwave safe, so you're putting hot food into a plastic bag that can leach these hormone disrupting chemicals, and 117 million of these are eaten each year in the U.S., so share this video with your friends.
The U.S. Department of Defense recently disclosed a covert aircraft program codenamed T-23D. While referred to as an aircraft, it defies conventional understanding. It lacks propulsion systems, exhaust plumes, or engines, yet it can hover stationary, accelerate instantaneously, and vertically penetrate cloud layers. More intriguingly, it appears unaffected by gravity, scientists term it, an anti-gravity field bubble. It is said that its structure originates from a non-terrestrial substance recovered in New Mexico in the 1942nd. The entire system is driven by quantum field fluctuations, producing no sound, no thermal signals, and is invisible to radar. I witnessed the test footage. The T-23D moved at an extremely slow speed at low altitude, then like disappearing, instantly teleported several kilometers away.
The next time you're at the grocery store, hidden cameras reveal that fresh packaged meat may be older than the labels suggest, and it means you could be exposed to harmful bacteria.
When choosing meat at the grocery store, the easiest way to find the freshest cut is usually to check the packaging date. Once the meat is packaged, authorities recommend it should be eaten within 2 to 3 days. But it turns out the date on the label can't always be trusted.
When the product is expired, when it's 3 days old, we check to see if it looks okay and smells okay. In our IGA, we stretch it by 1 more day. Depending on the store, depending on the managers, sometimes they stretch it by another 3 days.
That's illegal. Federal food regulations say the date on the label must reflect when the meat was originally packaged. Yet another butcher says repackaging with a new date isn't only done at IGA.
To my knowledge, everyone is doing it. In all the stores I've worked at in my life,
everyone did it.
Our colleagues bought pieces of meat, kept them cool, and took them to a lab.
American scientists have recently unveiled a theoretical model. If an object exceeds the speed of light, time will cease to flow. It sounds like something out of a movie, but they claim it is not science fiction, but rather an extreme extension of Einstein's theory of general relativity. The speed of light is the upper limit of speed in the universe. Once you exceed it, you will not enter the future. Instead, you will be kicked out of reality by time. What does this mean? They explain that the moment you exceed the speed of light, time will completely cease to function for you. There is no yesterday, no tomorrow, and not even a present. You would be like a shadow trapped in a single frame of the universe, eternally stationary yet still existing. Someone asked, does that mean we could escape time? The scientist's answer is, in theory, yes. But questions arise. If you no longer belong to time, do you still belong to life? Would your thoughts freeze? Would your consciousness vanish?
It's the Starbucks drink that's driving baristas crazy. Look at the recipe for the Edward, named after the guy who ordered it. 5 bananas, caramel drizzle, whipped cream, 7 pumps dark caramel sauce, 1 pump honey blend, heavy cream. Woo! It goes on and on. 13 ingredients in all. Josie Morales was working at Starbucks when he got the order for the Edward, and he could not believe it. He posted the recipe on social media with these words. On today's episode of Why I Want to Quit My Job. The recipe quickly went viral. Suddenly across the USA, Josie ended up being fired for violating the company's social media policy.
Some light upon how crazy, orders can be.
So who started the crazy craze? This guy. And yep, his name really is Edward. Meantime, the Edward is now the coolest drink out there. At Tanner's Coffee in Culver City, California, they showed us how it's done.
Breaking news. The impossible has just happened in space. Scientists around the world are in shock after detecting strange pulse waves coming directly from the mysterious object 3I Atlas, an interstellar body that seems to defy every known law of physics. These transmissions are being emitted at 1,420 megahertzes, the same frequency used by SETI to search for extraterrestrial life. Coincidence? Highly unlikely. The pulses follow a mysterious sequence: 8, 13, 8, 5, 13, 8, and no one can explain what it means. And now 3I Atlas has just become brighter and bluer than the sun itself. When it reached perihelion on October 29, it suddenly changed color, releasing high-energy particles as if something was awakening. NASA astronomers and even Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb have confirmed it. The object is transforming. What once seemed like just a comet now glows with an intense blue light, reflecting.
In a restaurant in Arkansas, a waitress was fired because she received a $4,400 tip. The tip came from 30 real estate agents who were members of the $100 Dinner Club, each paying a $100 tip to the waitress Ryan Brandt and a colleague served at this restaurant that night. When the huge tip was announced, both of them shed tears. But her joy didn't last long. Brandt said that the management asked her to hand over the money to the company so that it could be divided among the employees, and thus she could only take home 20%. When she explained this situation to the diners, the organizer Grant Wise asked that the tip be returned to her so that he could give the money directly to her. A few days later, Brandt said she had been fired. "This is too devastating," she said. The restaurant denied that she was fired for keeping the tip. Citing privacy issues, Wise insisted that he had called to confirm beforehand that the restaurant would not collect the tip and keep it in a centralized account, but the management said he had never done so. After learning that she had been fired, Weiss launched a crowdfunding campaign to help herself. The campaign quickly raised nearly $9,000, helping Brandt get back on her feet and inspiring everyone to continue their generous dining tradition.
Breaking news, a strange mystery is unfolding in Panama. A man in Pedregal claims a meteorite landed in his yard, and after he brought it inside, the rock began to grow like venom in Spider-Man. Within days, videos on TikTok showed the object covered with a greenish-yellow substance that later turned black, sticky, and gave off a burning smell. He noticed some even stranger things occurring. For example, the spot in the dirt where it landed actually glows at night. I don't know if it's like radioactive material or what. The clips quickly went viral, fueling speculation about alien life. Biologists say the growth resembles a terrestrial fungus, possibly the rare devil's finger stinkhorn, known for emerging from egg-like sacs and releasing foul odors. Others suspect the entire story may be staged. So far, no scientific authority has confirmed the rock is a meteorite, and no laboratory analysis has been released. For now, Panama's so-called growing space rock remains an internet sensation, equal parts curiosity, controversy, and unanswered questions. Drop your comments.
Over the past few days, some scenes that defy conventional explanation have been appearing around the world. Beneath the glaciers of Antarctica, a blood-red waterfall cascades from thick layers of ice, as if the Earth itself were bleeding. Shortly thereafter, similar red streams were observed deep within the rainforests of South America. Even more bizarrely, satellite imagery revealed that certain salt lakes in the Middle East, which had been dry for years, had turned a deep red within just a few days. Despite being separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, they seem to be connected by an invisible hand. Scientists say this is a harbinger of doom. Throughout history, every global Echon natural phenomenon has been accompanied by a turning point in civilization. Blood red water was once seen as a symbol of divine punishment in ancient times. And now, phenomena that science and data cannot fully explain seem to be pushing us back into that ancient fear once again.
Call it a fast food fiasco. A picture of a Taco Bell employee, and what he's doing is going viral, disgusting customers and sending the company into crisis management mode.
It is the latest photo surfacing on the internet of an employee apparently tampering with food, this time Taco Bell.
Disgusted? Just disgusted, completely disgusted.
Charles Morris just ate at a local Taco Bell. He says he found out about this photo going viral on Facebook one lunch too late. So did Chris Fallon.
Ashamed that I actually just walked out of an establishment that, exhibited that sort of behavior.
But Taco Bell says this picture doesn't tell the whole story. It was actually taken as part of an in-house contest to promote their new line of taco shells, but falls completely outside the rules of the contest. So much so, the employee in that picture is suspended and will be fired. And even more important, the taco shells in the picture were never meant to be served to customers and were thrown out. But not all customers are convinced.
This guy came in with an incredible deal. He would clean the air ducts in the whole house for $29. He looks around the house, even the attic. But instead of checking out the air duct system, he seems more interested in the stuff stored up there. Finally, he takes out his flashlight and peeks inside. Total time, a couple of seconds. Take another look. In the blink of an eye, he's done.
Dust is already inside the system.
Okay. Is it dirty right now?
Yes, it is.
We knew it wasn't dirty. All totaled, he wants to charge us $700 to clean and sanitize the system. So much for that $29 special.
I'm not actually the homeowner, and I'd like to know whether or not you were doing a bait and switch here.
It's a big difference, but that's what you have, ma'am. The blower motor needs to be cleaned, it goes dirty.
I'd like to ask you how you know the blower needs to be cleaned.
Because I opened the system and checked it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You did not open the blower.
He offered to take us to the attic and show us the dirt, but then he does an about face, and he was out of here.
This will make you question reality entirely. Recently, skywatchers from around the world have been uploading videos. When they looked up, they saw neither clouds nor airplanes, but actual trains suspended high in the sky. Some say it's merely light refraction, while others claim it's a secret government transportation experiment. But regardless of the explanation, everything in the footage is crystal clear. It resembles a high-speed train operating in another dimension or a projection of humanity's future transportation. This might be a manifestation of humanity's collective subconscious, or perhaps a fleeting tear in the fabric of space, granting us a glimpse into a future world yet to arrive. Even more astonishing is that these sky trains do not appear by chance. They sometimes materialize simultaneously across different countries, as if reminding us in a wholly new way.
She thought it was just a cute little baby octopus she was handling, and she put a video of it on TikTok. And only then did she find out that that cute critter is one of the most deadly animals in the ocean. One bite, and you could be dead in minutes.
Kaylin Phillips had no idea the creature from the sea she and her friends were passing around on a beach in Bali is one of the deadliest on the planet.
Let's eat it.
No, don't say that. I posted the picture on my Instagram story, and I got a couple comments like, hey, do you know that this is the blue ring octopus? It's right over my head. No idea.
She found out it was, in fact, a blue-ringed octopus with enough poison to kill more than 20 people.
You just held this creature that not just could have killed all three of you, but apparently if there were 26 of us, we all would have been gone.
Kaylin, who lives in Virginia, says she was panicked because you can't feel their bite, so she wouldn't have known she'd been poisoned until it was too late.
If you're bitten, there's no immediate sign until you basically drop dead. They have a neurotoxic venom that will paralyze you, and essentially what it does is it shuts down your lungs from breathing.
Kaylin says her near-death experience taught her a lesson.
Just don't pick up everything you see.
This is it for us, as scientists have spotted an angry biblical creature larger than a planet coming towards us from space, and they've been looking right at us. People were terrified after one man looked through his telescope to see an insanely bright light shining down, almost the size of our moon, radiating several different colors at once, and even appearing like a cross or a bright being descending.
You can definitely see that it's changing colors, and I can see this even without looking at my camera.
This gets creepier as the Bible describes in Luke 21:25, the Star of Jacob appearing in the night for weeks after disasters and wars before life ends. And this is exactly what scientists say will happen with this star. And our time on Earth is ticking, with many people saying the end will come much sooner, as this comes right after scientists recorded haunting clips of the sky screaming and singing, and scientists cannot find a source for where this is coming from. Other realistic theories suggest there is definitely a reason, and the Star of Jacob in the Bible was never supposed to be taken literally.
Sandra Woolston is the general manager of the Quality Inn in Galloway Township. She noticed something strange happening at the pool back in June, and she knew it wasn't algae.
And I saw it totally green, and I was like, oh wow, what is going on? So we saw a dye pack in the bottom of the pool, and we didn't know what it was.
They had the pool drained and cleaned, but she said it continued to happen about a dozen times over the course of the summer. Guests were disappointed each time, and it cost the hotel thousands of dollars. Meanwhile, in Absecon, police got a similar call from a homeowner in August.
We had a resident who was enjoying time in his pool and saw a drone flying over top, and the drone actually dropped something in his pool that made his pool turn green immediately.
The green stuff was sea dye, normally used by search and rescue teams, and it can be damaging to pools. On Friday, police say the drone was spotted over the Quality Inn again, and this time, with help from the FAA, the drone was tracked back to this business across the White Horse Pike. Police arrested the business owner, Patrick Spina. He's now facing multiple counts of criminal mischief.
This collision, detected on August 5th, is being described as one of the most violent and extreme cosmic events ever observed. Traveling at nearly the speed of light, the two black holes slammed into each other with such force that they sent out gravitational waves, ripples in the fabric of space-time itself, that briefly passed through Earth. Scientists say we only caught 0.1 seconds of that shockwave, but even that tiny burst was enough to register on the most sensitive detectors like LIGO and Virgo. To put it into perspective, these kinds of black holes are not common. Most stellar black holes are much smaller, and scientists are still baffled as to how these two grew to such immense sizes before merging. Some theories suggest they may have formed in a dense star cluster or were the result of earlier black hole mergers. But the real shocker, after the collision, the two black holes combined into one super black hole, estimated to be 225 times the mass of the Sun. This type of supermassive remnant is incredibly rare and raises new questions about the evolution of galaxies and the role black holes play in shaping the universe. The event has left astronomers stunned.
Michael Jackson is not gone from this world. He has actually appeared in India! A video spread in a small town. A mysterious woman was walking on the street with an unusual gait but emitting a familiar aura. The locals were all stunned. Where did she come from? Who is she? No one knows. What is even more terrifying is that her movements were strange. One of her legs moved in a significantly different way. Some people even said she was wearing hooves. Some villagers timidly called her an evil spirit, while others believed it was Michael Jackson himself. In 2010, a year after his death, this video was first made public. Since then, the rumors about his fabricated death have become increasingly wild. Those who watched the video noticed that her walking style and body movements were strikingly similar to Michael's on stage before his death. Michael Jackson, if he were still alive today, would be 67 years old. His physical form on the stage has undergone the test of time, but his soul seems to have never left. Is Michael Jackson really still alive?
Do not talk to our guests like that. Get out now!
A waitress was fired after confronting a customer who made racist remarks in the restaurant. The incident occurred in Carmel Valley, California. Surveillance footage shows an Asian family celebrating a birthday when a man began shouting abusive language at them. The child became frightened and began crying, while other patrons remained silent. The waitress intervened, demanding the man leave and stating, "You cannot speak to guests like that." He was ultimately escorted out of the restaurant. However, the restaurant later issued a statement claiming she had overstepped her authority in handling the customer, violating service protocols, and was fired that same day. The incident quickly trended online, sparking divided public opinion. Some hailed her as a hero, while others argued she had broken service industry rules. The waitress has now filed a lawsuit against the restaurant owner.
Do not talk to our guests like that. Get out now!
Oh my God.
Scientists have just reached a discouraging conclusion. We may never be able to leave the solar system. The reason is not that rockets are too slow or technology is too backward, but rather the sheer scale of the universe, which seems to mock our insignificance. You must understand that the nearest star to the solar system is 4.2 light years away. This means that even at the fastest probe speed, it would take tens of thousands of years to reach it. During that time, human civilization might already have turned to dust. Worse still, the universe is filled with high energy radiation, micrometeorites, and deadly temperature extremes. You would need a spacecraft ecosystem capable of sustaining itself for thousands of years. This is not only an engineering challenge, but also an extreme test of biology, psychology, and sociology. Some scientists have proposed using generational spacecraft or hibernation pods as solutions, but these technologies are currently only concepts in science fiction. The real obstacle may not be technology, but the laws of physics.
That's a lot of money, and I wouldn't want, that happening to me if I had left it behind.
Michelle Fazio says she and her 4-year-old son, Anthony, came across a bag of cash while they were at this Albuquerque Walmart.
I didn't realize how much was in there until I really looked for a name.
And in a shopping cart similar to this one here, Michelle says she found a bag full of more than $70,000 worth of cash, plus bank cards and PIN numbers. Michelle says she discovered the money belonged to an elderly woman. Michelle says she learned that the woman had left the money there while she was on a trip to the store with her caregiver. Now Michelle was faced with a moral dilemma over what to do. Inside of the bag, Michelle says she found the name of an attorney who was taking care of the woman. She called the number for the attorney and says she turned it over. A decision Michelle says she never doubted.
I think God let me find it because he knew I would do the right thing.
Fazio did file a police report. She says she hopes the money found its way back to its rightful owner.
Fazia says her son was given a $15 gift card to a fast food restaurant by one of the caregivers.
What do you mean we just discovered an 8th continent? Scientists just discovered this place, Zealandia. And while it is officially the most newest continent, it's underwater. And once this continent rises out of the water, it's gonna start World War III. Because right now the continent of Zealandia is located underneath the city of New Zealand. But this is where it gets more worser. And for reference, the continent of Zealandia is about 6 or 7 times more bigger than California. And once Zealandia finally resurfaces, every country is seemingly going to rush to Zealandia to get all of its gold, oil, and other rich minerals. You know, minerals like coal and redstone from the Minecraft game. But this is where it gets even more insaner. Now, after about 6 or 7 years, scientists have officially declared this as the 8th lost continent, and that Zealandia was originally part of Pangaea. You know, the massive supercontinent? Where Zealandia, once it rises, will be the most beautifulest country in the world, with water that is so blue that it is basically green. And this is where it gets even more wilder. There used to be life in Zealandia. There's a high possibility that this is where Atlantis really was. And whatever you do, do not look up Zealandia baddies. He really got a new continent before GTA 6. Would you ever visit Zealandia?
Nope, this was never supposed to happen. And yes, a biblical deadly event is happening right now to our moon, and there may be nothing left for us very soon. NASA was shocked when a man had taken over 2,000 extremely high-resolution photos of the moon to notice several spots of the moon turning blood red, and scientists are terrified. The Bible in Joel 2 talks about the sun turning into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and the terrible day of when the Lord comes. And when scientists looked into what the red spots were, they found that it was a material when translated from Greek to mean blood, called hematite. But NASA's website also notes how confused they were to see hematite forming, saying the material requires the moon to have oxygen and water, making people believe the formation has to be from a divine entity. Given the Bible was translated from both Hebrew and Greek at one point, people have been shocked over this. But is it a freaky theory, or are we facing end times?
Guys, we may have just witnessed history. Yesterday, 22-year-old inventor Julian Brown ran the first ever muscle car on Plasmoline. His 110-octane gasoline he converted from plastic waste. As the live stream from that letter showed, he turned on the car to demonstrate there was no fuel inside, and sure enough, it didn't start. He then filled the car with a canister of Plastoline, pressed the button, and the rest is history. Now, to be clear, Julian Brown didn't invent pyrolysis. Converting plastic to fuel is a well-established process that's been around for decades, but he did invent the world's first solar continuous microwave pyrolysis reactor, which fundamentally changes how expensive and renewable this process is. And he did all of this without the backing of large corporations, and he was able to build this in his own backyard with a bunch of scrap. Now, he says his reason for doing all of this is to send a message to the world that people are no longer going to wait for big corporations or big government to do what needs to be done, because this is our world. This is our Earth, and we protect it.
The Annabelle doll is missing. She was on her way to Chicago to continue her world tour and somehow has been misplaced. Listen, Lorraine tried to warn you. She said this doll should never be moved because it's extremely dangerous and could unleash evil spirits. A day after she left New Orleans, also 10 prisoners escaped around the same time she was there. Now, the last set date of her going anywhere was in Texas, on the 17th, which was a couple days ago. Now, it isn't fully official that she is missing, but according to a lot of people, they don't know where she is. Arguably one of the most haunted dolls in reported history, said to have people who have looked at her long enough get into insane car accidents and almost lose their life, because they ended up seeing her in their rearview mirror. This is not a doll that I would be going to see, let alone that I would be messing with. Especially after getting the warning from Lorraine Warren and the Warrens themselves to say, man, let's never move this doll, let's keep her encapsulated in this giant blessed box and call it a day. But you know how it is. So the question is she actually missing, or did somebody steal her? Because reportedly she was on her way to Chicago and now no one knows where she is. But if for some reason she was stolen, she's not just misplaced, good luck to the person that ended up taking her, because their life is about to get extremely interesting.
Breaking news! A nightmare hidden behind sweetness is unfolding in the United States. 127 people have been infected, and 45 children have been sent to the hospital. And the culprit? It's our very familiar Kinder chocolate. The FDA has issued an emergency recall order. Laboratory tests have confirmed that these sweets carry a rare antibiotic-resistant strain of Salmonella. What's even more terrifying is that genetic sequencing indicates that this outbreak was not accidental, but direct directly related to the long-term contamination of the Ferrero Chicago factory. Last autumn, the factory passed routine inspections, but now the contamination has been exposed to have spread to thousands of stores covering 18 states. Children have been pushed to the brink of life and death by a surprise egg, while company executives are merely brushing off responsibility on television. However, the FDA's test results have ruthlessly revealed the truth. The contaminated cocoa has already entered the market. The toxins hidden beneath the sweet exterior are causing unease among families across the United States.
Dallas schools may be closed, but on Thursdays, cafeteria manager Yolanda Fisher is as busy as ever, greeting families, giving each a week's worth of free meals.
What was your first concern when you heard the schools were going to close?
I knew a lot of kids, this was the only meal they got a day. They are getting 7 days of breakfast.
Yolanda's school has served more than 60,000 meals since it shut down, over 10,000 this week alone.
There's no the school food, so they're used to it now, and they love it. And at home, sometimes we don't have that. It does help us. Well, we know, okay, we got a week's worth of food for the kids at least.
Yolanda knows the struggle families are facing.
When I first started working for the school district and I wasn't a supervisor, I probably made $19,000 a year. So I would instruct my kids, make sure you eat your breakfast, make sure you eat your lunch, because that's all we're going to have until the next day.
Now she and her colleagues spotlighted by Time Magazine. And she has a message she wants everyone to hear.
Do you worry that any of the parents of the kids may feel ashamed or embarrassed to take help?
Yeah, some of them have expressed shame. I know what they feel, and I just let them know it's no shame in needing help. You know, the shame is that you could get help and you hide and don't get it. You know, there's no reason to go hungry if we out here feeding you.
This will be the most shocking news you'll hear today. The U.S. Department of Defense has just confirmed that a fully automated combat robotic system has been put into service on a large scale in the military. It's a mechanical soldier that can make autonomous decisions, fight independently, and accomplish kills without human instruction is already on the front lines. They don't need to rest. They don't fear. They have no emotions, only algorithms. The system is said to be driven by artificial intelligence and can judge the enemy and us within 0.03 seconds and carry out precise strikes with an error more than 10 times lower than that of human soldiers. This sounds like a military revolution. If these machines make a mistake, who will be responsible? The U.S. military says these robots will only follow programs, but programs are written by people and intentions are set by people. Are we losing ultimate control of the war? They've given the system a name, Battlefield Guardian, but no one knows if it's guarding us or quietly taking us over.
She's the mom whose baby went limp in her arms on a stifling hot plane. Now she's speaking out about the day she thought she was losing her 4-month-old son.
The plane was an oven with wings.
Emily France's ordeal started when she and her adorable baby Owen got on a United Airlines flight at the airport in Denver. They were headed to El Paso, Texas, to link up with her husband, Kevin, an astrophysicist.
When I boarded, I noticed how hot it was, immediately. And I started putting wet wipes on Owen to try to keep him cool. They kept assuring us we were going to take off. It would cool off as soon as we took off.
But after about an hour, the plane was still on the ground, and there was no air conditioning. Emily says she was allowed to take her son off the aircraft for a while to cool off, but she says when they got back on, the cabin was still stifling hot.
They closed the doors and we were taxiing. The heat was unbearable inside the plane, especially for an infant. Infants can't tolerate the same heat that adults can.
Was there a reason why they could not turn the air on?
No one ever gave us an explanation. I heard the flight attendants say, it a million times, it just won't cool off till we're in the air.
More delays followed. Owen was getting worse.
A mother knows. And I heard a cry from him I have never heard before. And I saw a skin color in him I'd never seen. And then he just stopped crying.
Stunning update on the 10,000-year-old ocean playground discovered last week. Marine archaeologists are finding even more down there.
Researchers exploring an underwater playground off the coast of Hawaii have found a pipe that went all the way to Japan and led them to a shocking discovery.
The playground, we found a pipe that we traced back to Japan, and
we're discovering some pretty weird things down there.
Down beneath the ocean, they found a massive stone pyramid that is over 150 meters long, with precise terraces and geometric shapes hidden below the Pacific.
The design is too regular, the structure too precise to have formed naturally. Someone or something built this.
Is it a natural formation or an ancient civilization's work? The mystery deepens as divers report strange findings, sending hashtag Ocean Playground trending worldwide with speculation of ancient secrets.
We found bones down there, half human, half fish.
The divers' claim of half human, half fish bones only creates more mystery. But one thing is certain, the 10,000-year-old playground under the ocean continues to be a hotbed for discovery.
This is how he starts his day.
An elderly street vendor in Chicago can retire his car for good after this photo prompted people to give him more than $170,000. 89-year-old Fidencio Sanchez was selling Mexican ice pops when a customer named Joel spotted him and took a picture. Joel says it broke his heart to see a man his age still working.
Every summer he always comes back, and he's always really, hardworking about this.
After talking to the vendor, he learned the man's daughter had recently passed away and wife had fallen ill. With a goal of $3,000, Joel set up a GoFundMe page, and in less than an hour, that number was reached. Since then, more than 7,000 people have offered money, and Joel says the man and his wife are both grateful and shocked. For InsideEdition.com.
This is not a movie trailer, it's a real scientific warning. Recently, an unprecedented giant octopus has been spotted in the deep ocean. Its tentacles stretch over 10 meters, enough to easily wrap around a small submarine. Scientists have discovered that its nervous system is incredibly advanced, with each tentacle capable of independent movement and judgment, almost like a separate intelligent creature. Even more chilling, this octopus's vision and sense of smell far surpass ordinary marine life, allowing it to silently hunt in pitch black depths. Divers have recorded instances where the giant octopus precisely locks on to moving targets and strikes with astonishing speed, pulling its prey into its grasp in an instant. You might think this is just a marine marvel, but it signifies how limited human understanding of the deep sea still is. The ocean is no longer a silent darkness. It may conceal beings far more dangerous and unpredictable than submarines, drones, or even AI combat systems.
Fluffy goes from comedy king to box office disaster. What happened to his show? At a recent performance in Louisville, the entire venue was filled with empty seats. Fans are furious, saying, "Fluffy sold out." The once beloved comedian who could always make people laugh now struggles to even sell out his own show. The venue was almost empty, and fans are starting to question whether he's still the down-to-earth comedian he once was. He's no longer the humor master who brought joy to everyone, but rather a brand that has compromised for commercial gain. Fans' anger goes beyond just the show's failure. They believe Fluffy has become too commercialized, no longer the old friend they could laugh with. On social media, the audience's voices are growing sharper, questioning whether he has sacrificed his comedic soul for profit. Fluffy's box office crisis is more than just a sign that he's no longer funny. It's a clash between fame and money, between creativity and commerce. Will the once relatable comedy star be completely consumed by commercial interests? Can the audience still buy into his jokes, or have they already seen through the game behind it?
No, this is not fake, as Africa is not only splitting into two and burning to nothing, but it's exactly how the biblical prophecy was written, and life as we know it in 2026 may not exist. People were terrified after volcano Haile Gubbi in Ethiopia just woke up for the first time since the Ice Age, and it's a dire warning sign for all of humanity. With Joel 2:30-31 leaving a skin-crawling message that when the day is filled with smoke and fire, the day of the Lord has come. Haunting clips show Haile Gubbi not only releasing over 9 miles of thick smoke blocking out the sun, but since it lies south next to a chain of volcanoes and sits on the top of the most active tectonic plates, it's expected 7 more will erupt very soon, and this will be catastrophic. And verse Luke 21:11 warns that earthquakes and fiery skies at this magnitude would cause devastation to our food, leading to major famine and the rapid spread of respiratory diseases. But it gets worse, as scientists predict the geological stress from multiple eruptions could intensify tectonic activity, causing widespread destruction. But none of this is officially confirmed.
A man was ordered by his homeowners association to keep his RV door permanently open for inspection or face eviction. Carter had been homeless for 6 years. He recently inherited $214,000 from his mother's estate and used the money to purchase property near Conifer. He moved his RV there and bought a shipping container to store tools, dreaming of building a home. But that dream shattered in April when Carter received a notice from the HOA demanding he keep his RV doors permanently open or face eviction. This worried Carter greatly. He feared leaving the doors open would lead to theft of his belongings, and it would be too cold to sleep inside at night. So, as usual, he closed the doors. Unfortunately, the next day, he received an eviction notice from the HOA, demanding he move out within 3 days for violating community rules and disrupting order. Carter felt deeply wronged. He argued that since he had purchased the property outright, he had no reason to be evicted. He accused the HOA of harassment and extortion.
Breaking news, U.S. Navy Doomsday plane suddenly vanishes from the public radar during secret Atlantic mission on Friday morning. The United States Navy is urgently reviewing the unexplained disappearance of a highly classified E-6B Mercury Doomsday plane after its abruptly dropped off all public flights tracking systems while crossing the Atlantic on yesterday, November 28. Aircraft which serves as an airborne command and control center for nuclear forces and maintains communication between the President, Pentagon leaderships, and U.S. Strategic Command departed Naval Air Stations Patuxent River early Friday before heading southeast over Chesapeake Bay and the Norfolk Naval Region. According to report, at approximately 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the plane moved about 60 miles east of Virginia Beach. Its transponders went silent and the aircraft vanished from the civilian radar. Location and abrupt loss of all public signals have raised intense speculations worldwide.
A customer got upset because an all-you-can-eat fish fry didn't live up to its name.
It's false advertising.
Bill Wisseth has a beef with the all-you-can-eat fish fry at Chuck's Place in Thiensville. He was there Friday when the restaurant cut him off after he ate a dozen pieces.
We asked for more fish, and they refused to give us any more fish.
The restaurant says it was running out of fish and patience, arguing Bill has been a problem customer before. They sent him on his way with another 8 pieces, but that still wasn't enough. He was so fired up, he called the police. Why did you think you needed to call the police about it?
Well, because I think that people have to stand up for consumers.
And he wasn't done. He came back 2 days later with a picket sign. Elizabeth Remming is a waitress there and says they've tried to work with Bill over the years, like letting him have a tab he still hasn't paid off. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I've got a running account here.
Bill isn't backing down, saying his fish fry fight isn't over.
Hidden in Orchard Park, New York, lies a natural wonder that seems to defy reality. The Eternal Flame Falls. At the base of this modest waterfall, a small cave emits natural gas, creating a mesmerizing phenomenon. When lit, a small flame dances behind the cascading water, captivating visitors with its ethereal glow. This flame isn't just a fleeting spectacle. Once ignited, it can burn continuously for up to a year unless deliberately extinguished. The unique geology of the area allows methane to seep through cracks in the shale, feeding this persistent flame. It's a rare example of nature's ability to create seemingly magical displays, blending fire and water in perfect harmony. The Eternal Flame Falls serves as a reminder of the hidden wonders that exist in our world, waiting to be discovered and appreciated.
Breaking news. A tree melted part of this man's Cybertruck, and Tesla says it's his fault. Michigan owner Travis Stoliker says his $100,000 Cybertruck now looks like it's been scorched with acid, and all he did was park it under a tree. The tree sap didn't just leave marks, it stained 1/3 of the stainless steel body, leaving deep, dark, and possibly permanent blotches. When Travis contacted Tesla for help, they didn't offer a solution. Instead, they sent him a link to the owner's manual, which plainly warns to prevent damage, Immediately remove sap from Cybertruck's stainless steel. No apology, no service. Just act faster next time. Travis posted the photos in a Cybertruck owner group, and they're brutal. Is this a stainless steel tank or a tree-sensitive trophy? So now the question is, did Tesla overpromise on durability, or is Mother Nature winning this one? Drop your take in the comments. Would you still park a Cybertruck under a tree?
Breaking news. Something terrible is about to happen to the United States. Starting December 12, 2025, it will start snowing and it won't stop for 60 days. Yes, snow is beautiful, but imagine a month of nonstop snow. A scientist named Judah Cohen has issued a warning, and what he says is disturbing. Half the country could be buried under ice. Businesses would close, supermarkets would close, power outages would spread, heating gas would run out, and whole families could be trapped and freeze to death. People would try to flee south to places like Florida or California, but the roads would be blocked by snow. Walking or driving would be nearly impossible. Survival would require a miracle. Some believe this is why so many immigrants are leaving the country. What seemed like a crisis could be a blessing in disguise. All we can do now is prepare, pray, and ask for protection. Because if this snow lasts 60 days, it could freeze the entire United States. And this is no joke. If this blackout is planned, who benefits from the freeze? Comment on the snow if you feel something is wrong. Finally, follow me to hear the news you never heard before.
An 18-year-old British student, George Smythe, has vanished after entering the area surrounding Romania's famed Dracula's Castle. George left the resort town of Poiana Brașov on the 23rd of November 2025, planning to hike alone toward Bran Castle in the Busegi Mountains. That evening, he called Romania's emergency hotline asking for help. He said he was exhausted, freezing, and had been forced to step inside the castle grounds to rest for a moment. It was the last time anyone heard from him. Rescue teams later found his backpack at the entrance of Bran Castle. Inside were a sleeping bag, a tent, and scattered food. There were no footprints, no phone, and no trace of George himself. Local search organization Salvamont Brașov launched a full mountain rescue operation. Helicopters, drones with thermal imaging, search dogs, and ground teams have been deployed across the forest and the steep terrain around the castle. Progress has been slow. Heavy snow, freezing temperatures, and the rugged landscape continue to block search teams. Authorities say there is still no explanation for how he disappeared so quickly after his distress call. The question remains, why did George Smythe walk into Dracula's castle, and why did he vanish after stepping inside?
San Francisco neighborhoods say they've seen a disturbing crime trend here in the past few days.
A thief has drilled holes into the garage doors of dozens of homes in San Francisco's inner Richmond district.
They reach in with a wire, they grab the emergency latch, they pull it, and this garage door goes right up. So it's just a tiny hole.
This surveillance video shows the suspected thief walking up to a home on 15th Avenue. The owner says the suspect drilled a hole in her garage door Wednesday morning, which has already been patched up.
This was him yesterday.
Neighbors have posted flyers alerting residents that there is a suspect drilling holes into garages to break into homes. Josh Schiffman tells me he was out walking his dog around 6 o'clock Wednesday morning when he saw the suspect casing homes. Schiffman says he yelled out at the suspect. It's unclear how many homes the suspect was actually able to burglarize.
We'll bounce back. We have before, but it is disheartening. It makes you feel unsafe.
One homeowner created a website to offer tips to help people protect their homes against burglaries.
Why do Americans love using asphalt shingles, even though they have to replace them every few years? The real reason has nothing to do with taste. It's the houses themselves. Most American single-family homes use wood frame roof structures, which can't handle as much weight as concrete. Put that much weight on a wood frame for years, and the whole structure can slowly sag. That's why asphalt shingles became the default in the U.S. Yes, they need replacement every few years, but they're actually pretty easy to install. Here's how it works. Workers first strip off the old shingles, then they cover the plywood with a full layer of high-performance waterproof underlayment. This layer keeps moisture and temperature swings from damaging the wood and helps stop leaks. Once the base is ready, the real work begins. Starting from the eaves and moving upward, workers lay shingles row by row, lining them up, overlapping each piece, and creating a continuous waterproof surface. And once everything is done, you've got yourself a clean, solid, weather-tight roof.
Mega Millions national scandal. Under suspicion of massive fraud, the owner of Mega Millions could face years in prison in a case that is shaking the entire country. Last Friday, a California man who claimed to have never played the lottery bought a $2 ticket and won a record prize of $1.2 billion. But what seemed like a stroke of luck could be the tip of the iceberg of a criminal scheme. For 2 consecutive years, there were no winners, which shot up the prize to astronomical levels. After this surprising victory, the authorities began to investigate the company behind the lottery, known for accusations of irregularities in the past. What the police found defies all logic. Among the internal documents, they discovered a confidential file that points to manipulations in the draws, an extensive network of corruption linked to powerful figures, some with connections to the government. The case is already in the hands of the FBI, but the information contained in the file is so explosive that it has not been fully revealed, and it seems they want to keep it secret for now. What could they be hiding?
Costco is facing a lawsuit over its popular rotisserie chickens. A group of shareholders filed the lawsuit against the company over its treatment in raising chickens.
You trust Costco with your family's dinner, but their meat undergoes a controversial process that's banned in several countries. Most shoppers have no idea this is happening right under their noses. The real question isn't what they're doing. It's why they're allowed to do it. You know that famous $5 rotisserie chicken at Costco? The one that's been the same price since Obama was president? Well, there's a juicy secret they don't want you knowing about. Costco injects every single rotisserie chicken with a phosphate solution before it hits those warming lights. Think you're buying pure chicken? Think again. You're paying for water with a side of poultry. This liquid injection makes each bird weigh significantly more, so you're essentially buying a sponge that's been soaked in chemical juice.
Warning, we were never supposed to see this, as God will no longer be with us to help, and we will all face the wrath that we were all promised protection from. People were terrified after a man in Ghana named Ibo warned of an eerie omen that will take us all to the afterlife, reporting he is now building 10 arks, each ark holding up to 5,000 people, in preparation for what he believes will come on Christmas Day, the great and last flood. Haunting videos are showing the biblical message spreading to others, with a 4-year-old saying he saw the same dark omen in his dreams, that the water was pulling way back, and a flood 2.0 with tsunamis as high as almost 3,000 feet to bring us to our final days.
So like tsunami's gonna be 800 meters in the air. They call it the flood 2.0.
With many coming out saying despite the boy not having social media, his message aligns with what Ibo is currently saying. Many are cautioning that the promise God made in Genesis 9:12-17 after Noah's Ark, saying he will never destroy Earth like that again, has ended, and we only have a few weeks left. So are you heading to Ghana, or is this a hoax?
Breaking news. Thousands of Americans are heading to the Ebon Noah Ark. Recently, Ebon has been pushing hard on social media, urging people to get on the Ark, warning that the last chance to board is fast approaching. He says there are just 14 days left. By December 25th, heavy rains will start, followed by unstoppable floods. With extreme weather events happening more often and the climate crisis worsening, many Americans are becoming increasingly worried about what's to come. For a growing number of people, the Ebon Noah Ark is seen as their last chance for survival. But many are struggling because they can't afford the ticket. Ebon has also mentioned that the Ark's capacity is limited, and things are already getting crowded with resources running low. However, some are raising concerns about the Ark's construction, claiming it's made of wood and won't stand up to the massive flood when it hits. As more and more people make their way to the Ark, there are still plenty of unknowns about whether it will actually be able to provide the protection it promises. Will the Ebon Noah Ark be humanity's final safe haven, or will it face new challenges?
The parents of the little girl who wandered through the freezing cold have now been arrested. They sent their 6-year-old daughter out to walk to school alone in harsh winter weather. She is only 6 years old. The person who filmed the video said she had no shoes, no hat, and was shaking from the cold. How could any parent allow such a young child to walk to school alone in freezing temperatures? She had already walked nearly 10 blocks by herself. It would take only a few seconds for someone to take her. The little girl looked confused and shivering, as if she had no idea where she was. The man kept repeating to himself, "Who lets a child walk outside like this?" Because he was afraid of being mistaken for a kidnapper, he didn't dare put her in his truck. So he chose to walk beside her, block after block, until he finally finally got her to the school. Shaking with anger, he called the police. Some people should not be parents. This child could have disappeared at any moment. When they finally reached the school doors and staff confirmed she was a student there, the man finally exhaled, almost in tears. "Thank God it was me who found her and not someone else," he said. He added that the world has become deeply sick.
Breaking alert, United States. This Sunday, December 14th at 3:47 p.m., the sun may shut down completely. Scientists are tracking a rapid and unexplained dimming of the sun, something that is not an eclipse, not an alignment, and unlike anything ever recorded. In the past 48 hours, people across Arizona, Texas, Ohio, New York, and California have reported a strange glare in the sky and fading daylight. Observatories now confirm that a nationwide solar collapse may be underway. If the blackout occurs, experts warn of instant darkness, sharp temperature drops, unstable atmospheric pressure, an eerie silence spreading across cities. Old reports from the early 1900s describe a similar event: dizziness, chest pressure, and shadows that moved without a source. Officials urge residents on plantations, stay inside, do not look at the sky, secure your home. Wait for emergency updates. If you believe people deserve to know before Sunday arrives, share this message now while the sun is still here.
This lady made sure she got her money's worth at an all-you-can-eat sushi place, but she ended up paying a price. She landed in the hospital emergency room. Amber Cagliano explains how that happened.
This woman is really enjoying all-you-can-eat sushi. Danielle Shapiro devoured a whopping 32 pieces, among other Japanese favorites. But the 24-year-old from Mountain View, California, soon realized she may have overdone it and was rushed to the hospital.
This is what Danielle ate during that all-you-can-eat sushi marathon. She started with miso soup, gyoza, jalapeno poppers, then moved on to a snow crab roll, a green dragon roll, a wakame roll, a California roll, and ended with edamame. That sure is a lot of food.
We didn't really notice a problem until afterwards, which definitely felt a lot of pain. I woke up the next day with extreme pain. I couldn't take deep breaths in and out.
A newborn baby was found with 1 meter long hair, and experts claim it may be caused by a hormonal mutation. But anyone who saw the actual footage knows the truth is far stranger. Early that morning, the lights in the Virginia hospital's maternity ward kept flickering. When the nurse lifted the baby, a massive curtain of black hair slid out from under the blanket. Too long, too dark, and almost wet. Some swear they saw the hair move on its own, drifting faintly through the air. And when the doctor cut the umbilical cord, his hand trembled, because along the baby's neck, new strands of hair were still growing. Even worse, this isn't the first case in Virginia. Over the past 3 months, at least 3 newborns showed the same abnormal hair growth. The hospital insists it's nutrition related, but the experts whisper about something far more disturbing, that the mutation isn't hormonal at all, but something unknown, using the fetus as a host to grow again. The ward is now sealed off. And as for the long-haired newborn, authorities still haven't released an update. Some say the hair grew another 2 inches. Some say it can move. And some say a night shift nurse vanished.
A McDonald's employee in Tennessee was fired after customers reported that a black male worker was putting his hand inside his underwear and scratching himself while working. The incident happened at a McDonald's restaurant in Tennessee. Several customers said they saw a male employee repeatedly place his hand inside his underwear and scratch himself while preparing food. Witnesses said he continued the behavior even after noticing people watching him. Customers said they felt sick and immediately filed a complaint with the restaurant. Management reviewed the report and spoke with the employee. The worker was removed from his shift and later terminated for violating basic hygiene rules. The manager also gave refunds to the customers who witnessed the incident and apologized for the situation. Some people online suggested the worker might be a new immigrant who has not fully adapted to workplace expectations in the United States, saying he may not have understood how inappropriate his actions were. Others argued that the restaurant must take responsibility for training and supervision. They said fast food employees need clear instructions on food safety, and if management fails to teach basic hygiene, you may start noticing your fries getting a lot saltier. What do you think about this behavior?
Waffle House employee gets caught doing something at work that would change her life forever.
Yvonne Williams was just 18, but her life was already filled with more responsibility than most her age. Every spare moment was spent working at the Waffle House in Lamarck, Texas, trying to save enough money for her dream of going to college. Yet on one ordinary day, something extraordinary happened. During one ordinary shift, Yvonne had no idea she was being watched. A regular customer, Adrian Charpentier, a 78-year-old man who relied on oxygen, but what she did next would leave an impression far beyond the walls of the restaurant. In a swift and silent act of kindness, Yvonne paused everything she was doing to cut the man's food into bite-sized pieces. A nearby customer watched as Yvonne helped Charpentier. Moved by the scene, she snapped a photo, quietly posting it on social media with words of praise for the young waitress. Then came the surprise no one saw coming. Amid the cameras and flashing lights, Yvonne was presented with a $16,000 scholarship to Texas Southern University.
An unknown energy source struck the moon head-on. It wasn't a meteorite. It wasn't space debris. It was an energy beam with no source, no trajectory, and no known model that could explain it. Most strangely, 0.7 seconds before impact, all deep space radars on Earth showed the same anomaly, blank. Scientists say the structure of this energy doesn't belong to the solar system. It's not like an electromagnetic pulse, nor gamma rays, nor any natural phenomenon familiar to humans. It's more like being emitted. After the impact, a new bright spot appeared on the far side of the moon, like a ignited hole. NASA's spectral data shows that the energy released in that area was 43 times that of the normal lunar surface. Yet there was no temperature increase. Can you imagine an energy source that can light up the moon without generating heat?
A man bought a Samsung TV from Walmart, only to discover it was a complete fake. Last week, Ross Potts went to his local Walmart to buy a new Samsung TV, but that evening when he opened the box, he immediately sensed something was wrong.
Well, the first thing I noticed was the TV was wrapped in what appeared to be like saran wrap or moving wrap, which I thought was very odd.
Ross said. When he tried to attach the legs, they wouldn't fit because metal plates were blocking the screws. Growing suspicious, Ross peeled off the label on the front, and underneath it said Hisense, not Samsung. Even the remote was the wrong brand. It said Element instead of Samsung.
So I knew at that point something was really wrong. This was not the TV I was supposed to have.
Worse yet, the TV gave off a strange odor, prompting a Walmart employee to ask, "Have you had this TV in a dumpster?" Ross hadn't, but apparently someone else had. It turned out that a previous customer had put an old TV into the box and returned it, and Walmart, unaware of the switch, resold it as new.
What is beginning across several parts of the United States today could intensify rapidly over the next few days. Meteorologists are warning about a persistent winter system that is not moving through like a normal storm. Instead, it keeps returning, often stronger than before. The snow is falling from extremely cold upper air and freezes on contact. Roads may look clear, but they are not. Dangerous ice can form within minutes beneath a thin layer of snow. Early impacts are already being reported, sudden traffic accidents with no warning round. Major delays on highways and rail lines. Secondary roads becoming impassable. The snow removal crews struggling to keep up crews. What worries experts most is the instability of this system. New waves of snow can arrive at any moment, including overnight, when people are least prepared. Authorities are urging the public not to underestimate the situation. What seems manageable can quickly bring daily life to a halt. The United States may be entering days where every trip becomes a risk. Stay alert. And do not underestimate this snow.
Have you seen that weird supermarket video that's already hit almost 4 million views? It was posted by a girl named Tia. She was just walking around the store with her friends, looking for new clothes, when she noticed something really off in one of the shop displays. Look at these mannequins. Their hands have paint peeling off, and underneath it, you can see something that looks like skin. According to her, it didn't look like plastic or rubber at all. What they saw seriously freaked Tia and her friends out, and their minds immediately went to some pretty dark thoughts about where those mannequins might have come from. They decided to ask the store employees, but the staff were totally calm and said there was nothing unusual, just old paint showing through on the mannequins' hands. And yeah, from the outside, I get how it could look like that. But that answer didn't satisfy them. They were completely sure it wasn't paint, and eventually they decided to call the police. According to Tia, the officers who showed up took the mannequins for testing. We still don't know how this story ends. But what do you think? What's actually hiding under those mannequins?
Stop talking. Stop talking.
iShowSpeed has been sued for allegedly assaulting Rizbot during a collaborative filming session. The incident occurred during a promotional shoot for a brand campaign. iShowSpeed and the Rizbot team were recording content for an AI social challenge when Speed, dissatisfied with Rizbot's response, suddenly became agitated. He allegedly struck the device's casing multiple times with his hands and, during the ensuing chaos, grabbed its neck structure and forcefully pressed it backward, causing the device to malfunction on the spot. Rizbot's team stated that this robot is not a common toy, but an experimental interactive device worth tens of thousands of dollars, containing high-precision sensors, expression-driven modules, and prototype AI units. Due to the device damage, the team had to cancel subsequent recordings and bear additional repair and data recovery costs. On-site staff attempted to intervene, but Speed reacted too quickly, ultimately causing the robot's casing to crack and internal wiring to be damaged. Rizbot's parent company claims this incident not only destroyed the equipment, but also forced the termination of brand partnership promotions, resulting in significant financial losses and reputational damage. As of now, iShowSpeed's team has not issued an official response, and the court has accepted the case.
Did you hear the incredible news that the two hikers who went missing in Antarctica over 4.5 years ago just reappeared, and it is baffling the scientific experts because they had been left for dead of fatality deaths on the continent. Well, this is Shadrach Hansen and his brother Brian Hansen, not like the music boy band brother group, the Hansen, different Hansen family. They are explorationers, and over 4.5 years ago, they went down to Antarctica because they said, we think there's ancient civilizations and potentially alien tech underneath the ice capsulages in Antarctica. Well, when they reemerged, the first thing they said is, we've been living amongst a non-human intelligence community underneath the ice, and we have so much to tell you. They have a message for humans. They call them our sky cousins, and it's beautiful. Well, a black helicopter, a matte black helicopter landed, and my guess it was the World Governors, and they said, hey, we need you to debrief us. Well, now the two are missing again, and when I've contacted the World Governors and said, where are they? They said, we don't know what you're talking about. Those two died on Antarctica 4.5 years ago.
It is the story that got the nation talking. A blind man confronted on a flight. Passengers walking off the plane in protest.
Last Wednesday, from Philadelphia to Long Island, New York. She sat next to Albert Rizzi on that flight. He lost his vision 8 years ago because of meningitis. The flight attendant asked Rizzi to stow his guide dog Doxy under the seat, but where he was sitting in the back row, he didn't have a seat in front of him.
So I said, well, the dog can come under my seat.
Mary says the dog only came out to put his head between Albert's feet, never roaming the aisles. She says the flight attendant approached 2 more times, not offering to help, just barking the same orders. 45 minutes on the tarmac, and Albert was then escorted off the flight.
What broke my heart is I heard Albert say, am I the only one getting off the plane?
Minutes later, the nearly 30 passengers walked into the terminal behind him, saying they wouldn't fly without Albert and Doxy.
And U.S. Airways did release a statement after the incident saying, quote, Mr. Rizzi became disruptive and refused to comply with crew members' instructions when the flight attendant asked him to secure his service dog at his feet. The airline is reviewing how the situation was handled.
A major sign of the Day of Judgment is appearing. Blood like rain has started falling in Iran. People are asking whether the world will end in 2024. A man known as Nauha has also claimed that on December the 25th, a massive flood will arrive, and the Day of Judgment will occur. This blood-colored rain in Iran has caused deep fear and anxiety among people in Iran and other countries. Many see it as one of the signs of the end times. Still, only Allah truly knows. People in Iran are shocked and confused, wondering how such a thing could happen. Rain that looks like blood. The rain has even turned the sea red, and everywhere looks crimson. Even scientists have not been able to determine how this phenomenon could occur. But Allah has power over everything. He can do whatever He wills. To cover an entire country like Iran in a blood-red color is something beyond human understanding. What do you think is the reason for this rain? Please pray in the comments and ask Allah to show mercy to all of us.
This McDonald's parking lot in Brooklyn, New York. Their sign says if you're not a customer, you can get towed if you leave the premises for any reason or length of time. And holy cow, do they mean it.
The moment Inside Edition producer Matt Troutman parked his car and walked off to another store,
there's the tow truck. Are you kidding me?
This tow truck driver rolled in and hooked the car.
This took 3 minutes for Matt's car to get towed.
And when our producer Katie Taylor parked her car in the same McDonald's parking lot, the same thing happened.
Let's see how long this takes.
8 minutes later, the tow truck driver was back.
Wow.
So how does he know just when to strike? Because he's lurking around the corner waiting for a call from this spotter who's hanging out at the McDonald's.
Here comes one of the spotters right now from inside the McDonald's.
Sure enough, here comes the tow truck. So where did our producer's towed car end up? It was hauled here to Cyclone City.
It all started at this Canton Walmart on Atlantic Boulevard around 1:45 p.m. Thursday. A veteran Canton police officer working an off-duty job arrested a man and a woman for suspected shoplifting and walked them back to the loss prevention office. It was in that office where the officer did a partial search of 21-year-old Shane Newman. The officer, who had placed his body camera on a desk, did some work on a computer while Newman and the woman sat on a bench. About 5 minutes pass, and then watch. The man leans to his right, pulls out a gun, points it at the officer, and pulls the trigger.
Hey! No!
You can hear the click when the trigger was pulled, but it didn't fire. The officer appears to seek cover for a moment as a Walmart's loss prevention specialist grabs the gunman's arm and wrestles with him.
He then brings the firearm back up and attempts to shoot the officer a second time. The gun does not go off again. At this point, the officer comes back into the shot.
You can see the officer draws his gun but then holsters it as he gets the suspect under control.
A female nail salon employee was fired after charging a customer $765 for a nail service. The customer said the price was not clearly explained before the service began. The incident occurred earlier this week at a nail salon in the United States. She said she believed it was a standard nail appointment. There was no visible price list, no cost breakdown, and no warning that the final total would be unusually high. Only after the service was completed was the bill presented. The total, $765. The customer immediately questioned the charge and refused to pay the full amount. After that, the situation escalated. The customer said the nail technician stopped the service on the spot and cut off and removed her nails, with the entire process happening in front of others. Someone recorded the incident, and the video was later uploaded online. Management was notified shortly afterward, and the nail technician involved was later fired by the salon. By the next day, the video had spread across social media, sparking intense discussion. Some people believe charges this high must be clearly explained in advance. Others argue that once a service begins, payment should be completed.
Dude, a new ocean is now literally forming in Africa along a 35-mile crack that opened up through the ground, and it's getting bigger every single year. So there is a massive crack that's running through East Africa where the continent is slowly breaking in half. And I'm not talking about metaphorically, I mean the Earth's crust is physically pulling apart. Back in Ethiopia in 2005, this 35-mile crack ripped open in the ground almost overnight. So Africa actually sits on two gigantic, massive tectonic plates, and right now they are drifting away from each other. Slowly and constantly, satellites are literally watching this happen. They're saying that as the crust continues to stretch thinner and thinner, magma is actually rising up, earthquakes are shaking, and volcanoes form, and over time the land sinks. This is quite literally the same exact process that formed the Atlantic Ocean. Over millions of years, seawater from the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean could flood in and fill this gap, which would create an entirely new ocean and split apart Africa into two landmasses. This is how new oceans are born, and we are literally sitting back and just looking at the fact that the Earth is not finished changing.
An Arizona father and son take a road trip to Arkansas and come back home with a 2-carat diamond.
I don't think it's glass.
I don't think it's glass either.
That's Marshall and his dad Will's holding the camera in Arkansas's Crater of Diamonds State Park, a unique place where anyone can go and dig for diamonds.
And I scraped my bucket off the top, and Marshall's digging for China, man. He's going as deep as he can. So we carry both of our buckets up to the wash center.
The Arizonans love sifting dirt for treasure, but this dirt seemed different. So they took the shiny rock up to the Diamond Identification Center.
Seeing if it's a diamond.
Seeing if it's a diamond.
Nothing tops a diamond. Will grew up out there. His uncle was an Arkansas State Park employee, so the road trip made sense.
And the park superintendent let us know that it was a 2.03 carat Arkansas diamond, second largest found in the park that year.
Will showed it to us, and the proof it's real.
We're talking like 0.0002% chance of finding one that big.
Father and son bonding experience as rare as the diamond they found.
Santa Claus is real.
Santa Claus is real. Yes, you heard that right. Numerous images of Santa Claus have been recorded in cities across the United States in recent days. From New York and Los Angeles to Texas and Florida, social media is buzzing with activity. Videos show Santa sitting on a sleigh pulled by reindeer flying through the air. Some videos show a man in his familiar red suit and long white beard appearing unexpectedly on the streets, in shopping malls, and even in front of people's homes at night. What's chilling for many is that most of these images weren't staged, but were extracted from security cameras or recorded by passers-by. Many witnesses claim they didn't see any advertising or film crews around. The online community quickly split into two camps. One side believes these are simply Christmas costumes. The other side believes that Santa Claus is real and will appear precisely during the biggest holiday of the year. Is this just a coincidence? Or is a real Christmas miracle happening? What do you think? Leave a comment and stay tuned for further developments.
You can't let your dog touch the food. This is a health code violation.
He's just tasting. He's cleaner than half the people.
A woman was sued by a restaurant for $10,000 in compensation after allowing her dog to eat from public tableware. A woman named Isabella Clark brought her dog into this pet-friendly restaurant. According to eyewitness accounts, during her meal, Miss Isabella let her dog lick food directly from the restaurant-provided plates and silverware. She even later used the restaurant's linen napkin to wipe the dog's mouth. Another customer, feeling uncomfortable after witnessing this, complained to the manager. Citing California health and safety codes, the manager asked Miss Clark to stop the behavior, but she stated her dog was family and refused to acknowledge any problem. The restaurant management then took action. They decided to file a civil lawsuit against Miss Clark. They accused her of intentionally contaminating tableware and causing damage to the restaurant's reputation and commercial interests, demanding she pay $10,000 to cover costs for replacing utensils, deep cleaning, and brand damage. Miss Clark was shocked and felt wronged. She explained she simply viewed her pet as family. She shared the experience of being sued on social media, calling it discrimination against pet owners. The incident sparked intense debate online. Some argued it was a basic public health issue. Tableware is for people, not for dogs. But others believed the restaurant should have been more tolerant, stating she just loved her dog very much.
This hotel is about to be a first of its kind in the entire world, and this is not just a movie set. This is a real Harry Potter themed hotel that's now officially being built. Guys, this hotel is about to be way bigger than I think people are realizing. This is going to be a fully immersive Harry Potter hotel experience being built as part of a massive expansion at Legoland. This will be the first place on the entire planet where you can actually stay overnight inside a Harry Potter themed hotel. It's not Universal, it's not Orlando, but it's in Germany. And this hotel is going to be built through a partnership with Warner Bros, so you know it's going to be good. The hotel is going to be tied to an entirely new Lego Harry Potter land with themed rooms, enchanted interiors, immersive spaces, and experiences designed to make you feel like you're living inside of Harry Potter, not just watching the movie. They haven't even released the full price breakdown or the full room details yet because the thing is still early, but it's already blowing up everywhere online. They are saying that it's expected to open sometime in 2026, which is obviously not even that far away. We literally just found out about that massive $1 billion Dracula hotel that's being built in Romania, and now this gets announced right after. Would you fly to Germany just to stay at this Harry Potter hotel?
A local woman takes on Walmart in court and wins.
Leslie Nurse says she was at the self-checkout at the Sims Walmart with her husband and 3 kids, fighting a malfunctioning scanner, even getting help from a Walmart associate. After she thought she'd finished and paid, she was stopped by an asset protection manager. She was eventually charged with stealing $48 worth of groceries. She was eventually eventually arrested, mugshot taken, but the criminal charge was eventually dropped when no one from Walmart showed up to court. By then, she said, the damage to her reputation had already been done, her ability to make a living stifled by the criminal charge. What was worse, she continued to receive demand letters from a Walmart-affiliated law firm offering to drop the matter if she paid them $200. But it turns out many people do. During testimony in the lawsuit she filed against the company, an expert testified Walmart routinely uses to add insult to injury. Walmart never produced a video that would have been recorded at the self-checkout area.
Breaking news out of Europe, where an unidentified object has been flying over the skies, actually across the entire globe. As you can see, the lines going around, and right now NORAD is tracking said object. As you can see from flight radar, this thing is curving up and down, and from the reports that we're seeing, there's no visible airline identifier. This is definitely not a conventional aircraft type. This thing is flying really, really quickly, and it's only flying in areas where it's dark. I also need to show you there is no normal route. Whatever this is going up and down, and currently it is over Africa. And if we zoom in on flight radar, you can see said target flying everywhere and at lightning speed. At this time, there is no flight advisory, there's no closed airspace because of this, and there's no indication of a threat. But we're being told that if you're good, you might actually get a visit from said guest. I'll be sure to keep you guys updated on this object, so please do share my videos, and Merry Christmas.
America's crazy. She discovered that a printer ink cartridge at Walmart was selling in-store for $79, while the online price was only $33. Yet the same printer, including the cartridge, cost just $64. She asked the store to match the online price, but was told they couldn't. This isn't just a case of something being a little expensive. It's the kind of absurdity in American retail that makes you question reality, which means buying a single ink cartridge is actually more expensive than buying an entire printer that comes with one inside. To figure out whether the price tag was wrong, she went to ask customer service. "Aren't you supposed to match the online price?" The employee replied with a straight face, "No, we do not price match online prices. We want customers to shop more online rather than in store." In the end, she really did buy the $64 printer just to take the ink cartridge out of it. The video went viral instantly, becoming the perfect example of what is happening to pricing in America. What do you think? Is this a coincidence, a strategy, or blatant exploitation of consumers?
A man bought a Samsung TV from Walmart, only to discover it was a complete fake. Last week, Ross Potts went to his local Walmart to buy a new Samsung TV, but that evening when he opened the box, he immediately sensed something was wrong.
Well, the first thing I noticed was the TV was wrapped in what appeared to be like saran wrap or moving wrap, which I thought was very odd.
Ross said. When he tried to attach the legs, they wouldn't fit because metal plates were blocking the screws. Growing suspicious, Ross peeled off the label on the front, and underneath it said Hisense, not Samsung. Even the remote was the wrong brand. It said Element instead of Samsung.
So I knew at that point something was really wrong. This was not the TV I was supposed to have.
Worse yet, the TV gave off a strange odor, prompting a Walmart employee to ask, "Have you had this TV in a dumpster?" Ross hadn't, but apparently someone else had. It turned out that a previous customer had put an old TV into the box and returned it, and Walmart, unaware of the switch, resold it as new.
The flood predicted by Ebo Noah did not come as expected, which angered the thousands of believers who had gathered there to await its arrival. Ebo Noah had claimed that God warned him of a global flood and said only those who joined him would be saved. In preparation, he announced that he had built 8 large wooden arks. His message spread quickly online, and an estimated 280,000 people traveled to stay near him, seeking protection. Many followers also donated large sums of money to support the project. When December 25 passed, with no signs of flooding, frustration and panic grew among the crowd. Some followers began questioning where their money had gone after reports surfaced that Ebo Noah had used donations to purchase luxury items, including a Mercedes-Benz. As tensions rose, a group of angry followers surrounded Ebo Noah. Witnesses say the situation became chaotic before local authorities intervened. Police later took Ebo Noah into custody for his own safety and to prevent further escalation. Authorities have now launched an investigation into possible fraud and misuse of donations. Many former supporters say they feel deceived and are demanding answers, refunds, and legal action.
For many of those passengers, ships are like a second home. But for one woman, the ocean liner is her only home.
Aboard the Crystal Serenity, she's known simply as Mama Lee, and she's been living there for the past 8 years.
I don't have to shop. I don't have to cook. I don't have to do anything. I do what I want, when I want, if I want.
She and her late husband, Mason, took nearly 100 cruises together before he died in 1997.
The last thing he ever said to me, this was the day before he died, don't you quit cruising. I started frequent cruising. But I got very, very tired of packing and unpacking. So I said, there's got to be a better way to do this.
Mama Lee sold her house in Florida, along with her car and most of her belongings, and never looked back.
I'm now a great-grandmother, and my grandchildren are having children. But I don't want to be there every minute for that. I love babies, but they grow up.
Mama Lee has now done more than 240 cruises around the world and visited hundreds of different ports.
Punished for breaking the laws of time.
Surveillance video from that day shows the first time DeAndre jumped into the pit with his young daughter watching. He climbs out and then...
I jumped in on my second attempt, and that's when I got injured. Next thing I know is I heard a pop. And immediately I felt a hot sensation and no more feeling from my chest down.
Paramedics arrive and place DeAndre on a gurney with his wife Deanna watching.
I was just thinking, I don't want him to die.
Deanna's fears were not unfounded. CBS News confirmed in the last 7 years, at least 6 people have died at trampoline parks. In 2017, almost 18,000 people wound up in emergency rooms due to trampoline park injuries. And yet, the parks operate in the U.S. with no federal oversight. The Hearns attorney claims Jump Highway did not properly maintain or inspect their equipment and never showed the family a safety video.
Their own safety procedures were not followed.
Our hidden cameras caught employees with the LA Homeless Services Authority throwing cases of taxpayer-funded food right into the dumpster. Food that's supposed to go to the homeless, now going in the trash. You can see it here just come pouring out of the box. And not just once or twice.
It's a sandwich, an apple, and water.
But despite the tens of thousands of homeless going hungry on the streets of LA, no one got to eat this food. Jay Handel chairs the homeless committee for the LA Neighborhood Councils.
This is an absolute disgrace. It's a theft of taxpayer dollars.
For months, we watched LASA employees picking up cases of food to give out to those less fortunate. These are outreach workers. They're supposed to spend their days interacting with the thousands of homeless in LA. The aim, according to LASA administrators, is for them to use the food as an opportunity to build trust in the hopes of convincing them to accept government services and housing and get them off your streets.
July 1st, that's the date. That's when car dealers will stop printing and handing out temporary paper plates or tags for vehicles. So it was back in 2021 when we showed you just how big the problem had grown, when fake temporary paper tags were popping up on the getaway vehicles of suspects all the way up in New York. And criminals here are using them to fly under the radar of law enforcement. Well, some of you want to know, if dealers aren't issuing paper tags, what are they going to give you when you buy a new car? So dealers will have a stash of metal plates that will be assigned to new vehicles that they sell. And the bill to eliminate paper tags was passed in the Texas legislature in 2023. And in that bill, it said that your license plates would stay with the car even when you sell it. But just this month, a different bill passed the state Senate to change that. So this new bill will require that the metal license plates stay linked to the person, not the vehicle. So whether Senate Bill 1902 passes or not, dealers will no longer print out paper tags beginning July 1st.
That ear-piercing scream is an unruly child on a transatlantic flight to New York. The passengers describe an 8-hour flight from hell with non-stop and nerve-jangling screaming and fussing. They even covered their ears to drown out the 3-year-old. His mom was overheard telling flight attendants he has behavioral problems. Passenger Shane Townley shot the video.
She kind of looked like she was used to it. He was climbing all over the chairs. He was just screaming, would not let up. He was running up and down the aisles. There was nothing she could do.
Before the plane even took off from Germany, the child's mother could be heard asking a flight attendant to turn on the Wi-Fi so the child could be appeased with an iPad. She was also heard pleading, "Calm down, honey."
Everybody was just kind of looking at each other like, oh, this is going to be a long flight.
The passengers sure were relieved when the flight finally landed at Newark International Airport after 8 hours of screaming. The worst flight ever happened in August.
Guys, this is now officially one of your last warnings that you were gonna get because the supermoon officially starts tomorrow and you wanna make sure that you don't miss it. So on the night of January the 3rd, the moon is gonna be reaching one of its closest points that it ever does to Earth, which means it's gonna appear way bigger, way brighter, and way more intense than a normal full moon. This is especially gonna be crazy whenever the moon is gonna appear red and orange whenever it first rises above the horizon. If you want to make sure that you do not miss it, it is literally happening tomorrow. You need to make sure that you go ahead and add me right now because I will be reminding you. I'll be capturing insane photos and I'm going to be live streaming it. Do not mess this up. The insane red and orange color that happens whenever the moon is first rising over the horizon does not last all night, so you need to make sure that you time it properly. Once the moon is way up in the sky in the middle of the night, it's still going to be big, it's still going to be a full moon, but it's just going to be white. All you need to do is just open the weather app on your phone, check for the moonrise time in your location, and then just go outside a little bit earlier. The moon should be in the eastern part of your sky, but again, you want to watch it whenever it first comes up. If you want to make sure that you do not forget like you do every other supermoon that we get, you need to make sure that you go ahead and add me now because I'm going to be reminding you exactly when to look, where to look, and how to see it at its biggest.
I think it's disgusting.
McDonald's, serving millions of Americans for more than 70 years with that famous smile. But for long, some customers haven't been smiling, questioning how their food is produced. We suit up in sterile wear to see it for ourselves.
So this is what we call beef trim.
Okay.
And it comes from familiar cuts that you may know like chuck and round and sirloin.
McDonald's says the patties are 100% beef. The recipe, they say, is nothing more than a blend of leaner beef trim and fattier trim. The beef is ground, blended together, made into those famous patties. Letting the public see this all can be risky.
I think McDonald's is deciding to lift the curtain because of market share. Millennials are now driving the food bus, and they're heading straight to the other establishments that are offering better, healthier fare, and they're trying to catch up.
There are going to be families who are still going to say, right, you know what, the food at McDonald's is just not healthy enough. I won't feed it to my kids. What do you say to them?
I'd say,
This morning, watch as this Delta pilot, accused of being intoxicated, makes it through initial security as he's getting ready to fly from Minneapolis to San Diego. But when Gabriel Schroeder gets close to his gate, a random secondary check is set up. As he sees what's happening, police say his demeanor changes. When asked to put his bag on the table, he tells police, "I'm not ready," and turns and walks away. Suspicious, officers ask that the pilot be tracked through the airport, and these surveillance cameras show the 37-year-old finding an escalator, heading down a floor to a men's bathroom in late July. He's in that bathroom for only 30 seconds, where police say they later found a bottle of vodka stuffed in one of the trash cans. Schroeder then heads back to the checkpoint, telling an officer he had to go back to the pilot's lounge to get his iPad. Schroeder passes and gets on the jetliner into the first officer's seat, but police officers board and ask the pilot to leave the cockpit. Authorities say when they tested the pilot's blood alcohol level 2.5 hours later, it was under the limit.
We are following what appears to be a juvenile female running down Route 44.
If you see this little girl in a red dress late at night, just run. One quiet night, Mark was walking home from work when he passed an old park. Under the weak street lights, he saw a small girl on the swings, rocking slowly back and forth. She wore an old, faded red dress and had messy pigtails. It was almost midnight. What kind of parents would leave a child alone this late? Feeling uneasy but concerned, Mark decided to get closer. He called out, "Are you okay?" The girl froze. "The rest will terrify you, but remember, I can only protect my subscribers who have commented their name." Then, slowly, she tilted her head up to look at him. And that's when Mark realized it wasn't a little girl at all. It was a middle-aged woman, her face wrinkled and sunken, her teeth yellow and sharp. In a low, raspy voice, she whispered,
"At this restaurant, the waiter was busy,
The chef was overwhelmed, and the cashier was swamped. Because all of these people were Dylan Larson.
I'm the owner here. Oh, wow. Cool. Chef, yeah. He got a specials board up there.
The kid who bought his own restaurant when he was only 18 and who's the only employee there.
It's been a dream to own a restaurant ever since I was 2 years old. I just wanted to do something with food, whether it was private chef or owning a restaurant.
He bought it when the previous owner retired.
I do all the cooking, serving, accounting, taxes. I come here on my days off and prep desserts. I try to make them all fresh every week.
Being the only worker here isn't his only challenge. His kitchen has no stove and no real oven, only a small griddle, a toaster, and a convection oven barely a foot wide. It means he can cook only a couple meals at a time.
And of course, they added a side of amazing Tuscan potatoes.
Which means a long wait for food. Yet people stand in line for a chance to eat one of the kids' meals. But those challenges are nothing compared to the biggest one he had to overcome. At 8 years old, Dylan was diagnosed with Tourette's syndrome. Treatment by doctors and tutoring at school helped in little ways, but nothing calmed him the way cooking did.
When I'm in the kitchen, I just don't feel like I have Tourette's anymore. I'm just too busy cooking, serving. I'm very hands-on with all my foods, and yeah, I calm down a lot.
This shop owner suddenly got this gut feeling that something bad was about to happen. In just a few seconds, she slammed the glass door shut, locked it, and hurried behind the counter. She crouched down and made herself as small as possible, trying to catch her breath while her heart started pounding harder and harder. And of course, the question is, what could have set her off like that? She was shaking, tucked into the corner, doing everything she could not to make a sound. Out on the other side of the glass, a figure appeared. A senior man dressed up in a clown suit, but there was nothing funny about him. His makeup was smeared, his clothes looked worn out, and that bright costume only made the whole thing feel even more unsettling. This wasn't some normal clown. People in the area already knew him for how creepy and hostile he could be. If someone gave him a little money, he'd demand more. And if they said no, he'd start shouting insults and getting aggressive. The owner had dealt with him before, so she already knew what to expect. And she also knew that staying where he could see her would only make things worse. So this time, instead of getting into it with him, she chose to hide and wait him out, hoping he'd just keep walking and wouldn't stick around.
A black woman who used EBT to steal free fast food has been arrested. Police investigations revealed that she used the same method to steal free meals at 14 fast food restaurants in Houston and the surrounding area over the past 3 months. After posting a video of her actions online, she quickly attracted police attention. On December 8th, she was recognized by a staff member at a Jack in the Box restaurant in Houston while attempting the same trick. The staff member immediately lowered the security shutter and called the police. Patrol officers arrived 8 minutes later and arrested her on the spot. Police also found 2 minors and numerous fast food wrappers in Jackson's car. The Child Protective Services has taken over the investigation. The investigation revealed that Jackson was involved in 18 cases, with each theft ranging from $38 to $87, totaling $1,127, meeting the criteria for a Texas Class C felony.
A Tampa family's pool popped out of the ground after they hired an unlicensed contractor to do renovation work. The man they paid to do the work.
Basically, we just wanted to have the pool painted.
Neighbors recommended pool repairman James Feliciano.
I did not know that he had to have a contractor license.
According to Florida law, only licensed contractors can make major pool renovations, including draining all of the water.
The deck is cracked completely.
The Peasleys say the day after Feliciano finished emptying their pool, the deep end popped out of the ground.
It's gotten worse over the last week.
Chad says he called James Feliciano December 31st, the day it happened.
He came back and gave us our deposit and picked up his stuff and left and said that he had never seen that happen before.
The catastrophic damage to the decking area.
This is a typical pool drain. The plug on the side is normally used to pull the water out, but there's also a second plug on the bottom that goes into the ground. If this plug is not opened up, pressure from the groundwater can sometimes force the pool to pop up.
This man wanted to film a cute video with his wife, but instead, he accidentally recorded her during a sleep paralysis episode, and the video ended up going extremely viral. She was sleeping peacefully, everything looked sweet and calm, and at first, the man didn't even realize that his wife was desperately trying to call for help. During sleep paralysis, your entire body is frozen. You can't get up, you can't move, and you can't even scream. And the scariest part is that people experiencing sleep paralysis often actually see terrifying things, like frightening creatures that can crawl right on top of you and press down on your chest or your neck. It feels like you're trapped inside your own body while something horrifying stands nearby, staring straight at you, and sometimes it even talks to you. But there is some good news. There's a way to get out of this state quickly. You need to try to move your toes. And if you manage to do that, the signal reaches your brain and you can wake up. Have you ever experienced sleep paralysis? If yes, what did you see during it?
The shocking event in the natural world. Just yesterday, a bolt of lightning pierced the night sky and struck the crater of the Liwatolak volcano. The next second, the volcano erupted violently, with molten lava engulfing the surrounding land and the fire illuminating the entire night sky. Who would have thought that a single lightning strike could trigger a volcanic eruption? Scientists were also shocked by the collision of lightning and the volcano, the energy released potentially triggering even greater disasters. Flames spewed from the crater, reaching hundreds of meters high. Ash covered the villages, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur, as if the end of the world had arrived. Videos taken by eyewitnesses show that the moment the lightning struck the volcano, it was as if the entire earth was set ablaze. Some say this is nature sending a warning to humanity, while others exclaim, is this the prelude to the apocalypse? Regardless of the truth, this scene has shocked the entire world. The next time lightning streaks across the night sky, will you dare to look up?
Hundreds of golf balls raining down on this Kingston home, causing thousands of dollars in damage.
The entire siding of the home has to be replaced.
The Tenzar family has lived here since 2017. They love the golf course view the Indian Pond Country Club provides, but an attorney representing the family says the hazards weigh heavily on their heart.
This was so extremely upsetting to them, and they were so completely powerless to...
Representing the owner of the golf course. He said the potential for damage is a part of the risk of living near the fairway, and that the club does have insurance to fix damage like what's seen at the Tenzar's house. The Tenzar's attorney says they declined that action because they wanted to prevent such a large number of golf balls from entering their property.
There's a lot of damage.
The judge on the case awarded the family $100,000 in damages and $3.5 million in emotional distress. Fees and interest bring the total to nearly $5 million. When asked why the family didn't just sell the house, the attorney said,
it would be impossible to sell the house.
Have you all seen that girl who's supposedly a real-life mermaid? She's blowing up on TikTok right now. Here's her account. She's doing literally everything she can to prove she's an actual mermaid. Every single one of her videos looks super weird and low-key creepy, but they're racking up millions of views. Some are already past 6 million. In one clip, she says she's out near Point Nemo, the most remote spot in the entire ocean, the place that's literally farther from any human than astronauts on the ISS are from land. In that video, she showed her scales, and I gotta be honest, it looked pretty damn convincing. In another one, she showed some weird patch of skin, but the scariest part came next. She posted a new video showing the mermaid scales again, ran her hand across them, and actual scales started peeling off like nothing. Underneath was this thick, real-looking skin. A ton of people still don't buy it and swear it's just a costume or editing, and they keep asking the obvious. How does a mermaid even have a phone to film all this? How did she make a TikTok account and upload videos from the middle of the ocean? So what do you guys think? There's something going on TikTok right now that if you were able to type a certain word, your entire screen is going to turn pink like this. So if you type in Pink Sky Birmingham here on TikTok, your entire screen is going to turn pink because of something that happened in the UK just a day ago. So if you look right here, Pink Sky Birmingham, you can type that in, and then it's going to give you an entire pink screen. Now, this guy right here in the UK, he's the one that originally made this video go viral with millions of views because he said that his entire screen turned pink while he was walking home in the snow. And when he turned his camera around, the sky really was completely pink right there, like very bright magenta pink. And apparently this pink light is from a soccer stadium there. They use it for something on the field. And because it was snowing, it refracted with the clouds and the snow and turned the entire sky pink. At least that's what it says here on TikTok when you do type in Pink Sky Birmingham. It says during a rare snowfall, the vivid sunset or the northern lights is what people thought it was, but it was actually the LED lights from the Birmingham City FC Stadium reflecting off the clouds and the snow.
In a shocking turn of events, Sophie and Aaron Long were all set for their big day. But fate hit them with a heavy blow. Just 6 weeks before their wedding, things took a terrible turn when Sophie's wedding ring turned out to be a fake. She discovered that the ring, originally bought from Kay Jewelers, had been swapped for a counterfeit. Even though her engagement ring was worth $6,500, Kay Jewelers had secretly replaced the diamonds with cheap cubic zirconia. To make matters worse, Sophie was told this was all done without her consent. This isn't an isolated incident. More and more customers are coming forward on social media, claiming that Kay Jewelers replaced their diamonds with cheap stones, even vanished with the entire ring. Consumer trust has been seriously betrayed. Sophie and Aaron have decided to stay cautious moving forward, but the anger and disappointment over these dishonest sellers are just too much for them to ignore.
If this is AI, then it already knows how to stay away from humans. This isn't a movie clip. It was posted by a young woman who went hiking in the Appalachian Mountains with her friends. According to her, everything was normal at first, until the sounds started. Not wind, not animals, something else. The sound came from deep in the forest, distant, uneven, almost like it was pulling them in. They hesitated, then they followed it, and that's when they saw it. You can see her hands shaking as she pulls out her phone. In the footage, a figure moves between the trees, clear enough to make out the shape. Upper body human, lower body horse, a centaur. Not a shadow, not a split-second blur, something with weight, movement, structure. And here's where it gets worse. When I started looking into it, I realized this isn't the only video. Over the past few years, multiple people, different locations, same mountain range, have recorded similar encounters. And every single clip has one thing in common. The people filming always keep their distance. They back away. They don't approach because none of them are convinced this thing would be friendly. So if this isn't AI, not CGI, not a hoax.
Oh my God! Whoa!
Recently, sky observers from around the world have been uploading videos in the footage where there was once only blue sky and white clouds. Clear images of cities suddenly appear. Skyscrapers, streets, lights, even moving silhouettes like reflections from another world hanging above our skies. Scientists attempt to explain it, some suggesting it's light refraction similar to a mirage. But the problem is, these cities didn't appear over deserts or oceans, but over places like New York, Beijing, and Paris, lasting for tens of minutes with details precise enough to almost make out building outlines even more astonishing. Some researchers propose this might be a brief leak from a parallel dimension, a momentary overlap between our reality and another world, allowing us to glimpse another civilization through the sky.
She noticed $360 from an $800 withdrawal covered in blue dye.
I can't use it. It's not, no one will take it.
PNC Bank bragged that while this has happened to other customers, they couldn't take the money back.
He basically told me or made me feel like kick rocks. It's not our, responsibility.
Brown says the money was meant for her brother's mortgage payment, a payment she says they're now behind on.
It's really frustrating.
I reached out to PNC of damaged bills within certain PNC ATMs and are working to support any impacted individuals. The Georgia Bankers Association says while it's unusual for an ATM to dispense unfit money, it isn't impossible. They suggest affected customers keep all transaction receipts. So if this happens at a bank where you don't hold an account, you'll be subject to that bank's policy for non-customers.
Because I needed to know whose responsibility was it. Because he simply said that it wasn't their responsibility to give me my money back.
Archaeologists not only just found, but also opened and discovered a hidden cave chamber that's been sealed for over 40,000 years, and you are not going to believe what they just found inside of it. So these archaeologists were just excavating a known cave system whenever they broke into a hidden chamber that's been completely sealed off by nature for around 40,000 years. This hidden cave chamber was just literally untouched since the Neanderthal times. To put this entire time frame into perspective for you so you can understand how big of a deal this is, the room was sealed off before cities Hercules, before writing, before recorded history, and before the pyramids. They were able to find animal bones from extinct ecosystems, including evidence of predators like the hyenas and the lynx. They were even able to find a large shell that came from the ocean that had to be carried to the cave by Neanderthals themselves, because how else would it get there? This immediately told all of the scientists that were in the cave discovering all of this stuff that it was not just random. The Neanderthals were actually using this space. This place is now officially believed to be one of the last places that the Neanderthals ever lived before they completely vanished off the planet. So they're saying that this chamber might actually preserve what the world looked like during their final years on Earth.
Our camera repeatedly caught Tampa Solid Waste Truck 1277 parked with its engine running. GPS records show it was in the same spot 93 minutes that day.
See plenty of garbage around that he could be picking up right now.
On another afternoon, GPS reports indicate truck 1277 was in the same spot for 2 hours 25 minutes before it headed back to the yard. The employees in the truck make about $20 an hour. Mark Wilfock is director of Tampa Solid Waste Department. He oversees 200 employees who collect garbage and recycling from 79,000 homes and businesses.
We have discovered some of that behavior probably maybe about a year ago or so.
But even though every truck is equipped with GPS tracking, managers didn't know this crew was sitting around until we asked for the records. We followed solid waste trucks for weeks and found them riding all over the city during early afternoon hours, burning up fuel you paid for. Sometimes employees stopped for meals or snacks. Other times they hung out with colleagues. But rarely did we see trucks picking up garbage during the afternoon.
A woman using a receipt she found on the ground to steal from a local Walmart.
At first glance, you might think this shopper inside a Port Charlotte Walmart is just looking at her shopping list. But really, she's taking a long, hard look at someone else's receipt.
This woman walked into Walmart with a receipt, shopping cart, or on the ground or in the trash, and selected items that were listed on that receipt, and selected the items and brought them to the return counter,
trading the items she passed off as her own for cold, hard cash. Some Walmart shoppers today troubled. She didn't seem to care about the surveillance cameras catching her.
You know, I was noticing the surveillance cameras today, so yeah, I am kind of surprised. But like I said, maybe sometimes people are desperate or...
This return scammer taking advantage of swamped employees, dealing with other customers' returns.
This is a busy time of year for returns, so this mistake was easily made.
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office posting the surveillance pictures of the woman.
This is not a movie effect, and it's not a hoax. Last night, over a small town in Texas, the night sky lit up with something no one could explain, a massive glowing cross suspended above the horizon. Witnesses say it wasn't a cloud, it wasn't light beams, it was a shape burning through the darkness, sharp and unmistakable. For hours, it hovered in silence, miles long, radiating a strange glow that made the air feel heavy. People stopped their cars, pulled out their phones, some praying, some screaming. The cross didn't flicker or fade. It stayed, watching, as if carved into the sky itself. Here's the terrifying part. Every electronic device within the area began to glitch. Radios filled with static. Phones died even at full charge. And animals went wild. Dogs howled. Birds fled. Cattle collapsed. Locals claim the temperature dropped instantly, a cold wave sweeping through the streets. Some describe hearing a low hum vibrating in their bones, almost like a voice too deep to understand.
These three property owners bought their land in 2017. Their deeds included this decades-old right-of-way easement. They've been using it with no problems until now, when suddenly a neighbor took a drastic step that they never saw coming. The only path to get a truckload of hay in is blocked. This is the easement that we're on now.
This is the easement. This is how I get to my property. You can see their bones. They're not getting what they should get. It's just, he's made it impossible for us to feed our cows.
The he's talking about is Ricky Goodson of Goodson Farms. Ricky owns the adjacent land. This easement runs through the property and continues to Scott's 20-acre farm and two other properties. All three owners bought their land in 2017, and these deeds show that the easement through the Goodson farm was included in each purchase. Everything was fine until months ago when, without warning, Goodson put up these no trespassing signs on the easement the property owners share, and then this equipment to block access to their properties.
It was just last week when surveillance cameras at the Kroger in Danville captured this man walking up to a register to load up a prepaid debit card. He pulled out several $100 bills and handed them to the cashier.
He actually used the counterfeit pens on them, which worked. Once he did that, it appeared that another male that was with them, possibly a lookout, he signaled to another girl that was with them to, hey, come up here and do your transaction.
That woman used another several $100 bills to buy a Visa gift card. A counterfeit pen also showed that the bills were real. All three walked out of the store and nobody realized anything was wrong.
Later on, when they were counting the cash in there using a actual cash counter, those bills were all flagged as counterfeit.
Detective Nate Lean with the Danville Police Department said the trio scammed the store out of $800. 10 Kroger stores in Indiana, mostly in the Indianapolis area, and has cost the supermarket chain nearly $12,000.
In all 14 cases, $100 counterfeit bills were used. They're using them to buy the Green Dot cards, the Visa gift cards, and whatnot. And as long as they can get them to pass, that money now turns into legitimate money because it's now on a gift card.
Guys, scientists think that they have actually just solved the entire mystery of the Bermuda Triangle, and the truth might actually be scarier than aliens. So for decades now, people have obviously thought that the Bermuda Triangle was a supernatural zone on the planet that just couldn't be explained. But this new study is saying that the truth is somehow worse. So an ocean scientist from the University of Southampton just recreated what might have happened to the USS Cyclops. If you don't know what that is, that was the ship that vanished with 309 people on board back in 1918. And he's saying that this is not aliens and it is not portals, it's waves. But not just any waves. Dude, they are calling these rogue waves. They're insane walls of water that reach over 100 feet tall like a skyscraper coming at you at full speed. They're saying that these waves happen whenever multiple storm systems collide and then the ocean basically creates a monster. In a bunch of different lab tests, they showed that these waves could actually lift an entire ship up at both ends and snap it in half in just minutes. They're saying that these waves are so insanely sudden and so massive that even modern ships and planes might not survive them.
That's when residents of the Islington Towers have to remove their window air conditioning units. Fearing eviction, few agreed to go on camera.
After spending all day in the heat, the last thing I want to do is come to my own house, my home, and then boil in here as well.
In a memo to tenants, building manager Metcalf Living says, quote, "We regret that we cannot allow this type of equipment."
I don't think there's anyone that works for Metcalf that goes home at night that doesn't have air conditioning.
We're concerned because air conditioners are falling out of windows that aren't properly installed, and we're concerned because the electrical system can't handle it, and it's overloading the electrical system and blowing main fuses and could cause a fire.
But he was also quick to point out exemptions to the window AC ban that he says should be understood by all, such as the elderly or those who need AC for medical reasons can keep them.
Never ever mentioned. It's not in the memo, and that's just something that came up when you spoke to them. I think it's damage control. I have congestive heart failure. I'm diabetic, and now I have the lines in for the dialysis, and I can't take the heat.
Tonight, terrifying moments playing out close to 205 feet in the air after riders say a child's seatbelt became unlatched on the Mamba roller coaster in Kansas City, Missouri, captured in this photo.
The first drop halfway through the hill, I'm sorry, this is really emotional because this little girl, the scream that she screamed, I've never heard anything like that before in my entire life.
Cassie and Chris Evans say they were riding the Mamba at the Worlds of Fun theme park earlier this month when they heard the young girl's screams.
And then she said, my seatbelt came off. There was this big of a gap between her and the lap bar.
The Mamba, the park's tallest roller coaster, reaching speeds of 75 miles per hour. The two quickly clutching both the girl and her friend until the end of the 3-minute ride. Afterward, reporting the incident to a ride attendant.
Scientists just discovered a 12-mile thick structure hidden underneath the Bermuda Triangle that's unlike anything else on Earth, and nobody can fully explain how it got there. Okay, so this is obviously wild. Researchers were studying seismic waves passing through the Earth whenever they found something beneath Bermuda that shouldn't be there. Okay. They're saying that what they found was a massive rock layer that's 20 kilometers thick, which is over 12 miles, of solid rock just sitting under the island. So, and here's another thing that's crazy, just to add a little bit more to it. They're saying that that's roughly twice as thick as anything scientists have ever seen beneath other volcanic islands. They're saying that this structure is completely unique to anything else on the planet. If you're like me and you're obviously wondering how it got there, they're saying that the leading theory right now is that an ancient volcanic eruption was so massive that it basically injected mantle rock directly into the Earth's crust. So what does that mean? What they're saying that means is that it created a giant raft that's been lifting the ocean floor by over 1,600 feet. I don't know. And before anybody has any conspiracies, they're saying that it does not explain the Bermuda Triangle disappearances, because scientists say that those are mostly just rogue waves and the fact that it's one of the busiest shipping lanes on Earth. But can we also just all sit back and realize that one of the most mysterious places on the planet also has a completely unexplained geological structure underneath it? Because that's a little bit too perfect. Scientists just filmed one of the rarest creatures on the entire planet, which is a giant phantom jellyfish, by the way, and it's only been seen 118 times in over a century. This is literally insane. Earlier this month, researchers exploring a submarine canyon off of Argentina sent down a remote operated vehicle about 253 meters deep. They actually captured footage of a giant phantom jellyfish, and it looks like it's straight out of an alien movie. In 110 years of deep sea exploration, this species has only been spotted about 118 times. That's not even the craziest part, by the way, because the jellyfish is massive. Its main body is over 3 feet across. And of course, why would it just be a regular jellyfish? Because it's in the deep ocean. They're saying that it has 4 ribbon-like arms that can stretch up to 33 feet long each. That's longer than a school bus. And they're saying that unlike most jellyfish, it doesn't have stinging tentacles. Instead, it wraps the giant arms around fish and plankton like a living net. We have an alien world basically living underneath our ocean. Scientists actually believe that these things are all over the planet. We just can't see them because we can't get down there. Dude, can we please explore the ocean?
A super project that has been hidden for decades has finally been exposed. The United States is quietly building an underground city that can accommodate 330 million people. According to leaked information, this is not a bomb shelter or a military base. It is an entire city cluster built in layers with air regeneration, food synthesis, and energy recycling systems. The project is being constructed by One Automated Systems, with robotic arms operating 24/7 underground across 100 levels, each with independent power supply and seismic isolation systems. You can farm, access the internet, attend school, and even keep pets underground. Some say this is the ultimate preparation for a nuclear apocalypse. Others believe that U.S. officials have already been aware of an impending global-scale disaster warning. But the question is, why is this information being revealed now? Scientists say that if a global nuclear explosion were to occur, the surface would become a wasteland, and this city would serve as a backup for civilization.
Girls are now putting permanent slime in their hair, and the reason why is crazy. But the way that they get the slime out of their hair is even more crazier. So for context, it has recently become a trend for girls to put slime in their hair, and they are having a very hard time of getting the slime out of their hair. Some girls are taking this trend way too far, because after they do it, they cannot get the slime out of their hair. And even this girl who has millions of dollars still could not get it out of her hair. But this is where it gets even more worser. This girl's name is Natalie Reynolds, and she literally had to go to the hospital because of the slime hair trend. And Natalie Reynolds has been going super viral lately because people were saying that she is not allowed to wear braids. And when she asked people in public if she was allowed to wear braids, they were really angry at her. So she went to Walmart and put slime in her hair, but then she could literally not get the slime out of her hair. So she tried to wash it out in the ocean, and she tried mayo, but that didn't work either. And then she tried to use glue. Then she went to Nito the barber, but he wouldn't cut her hair. So she went to the emergency room, and they had to shave her head. Would you put slime in your hair?
Scientists just released a map of what's underneath Antarctica's ice, and it turns out that we knew more about the surface of Mars than we did about our own planet this entire time. So scientists have actually just released the most detailed map that we've ever made of the landscape underneath Antarctica's ice, and I think this is a moment that everybody's been waiting for. What they were able to find is actually insane, because they found mountains, deep canyons, and over 72,000 hills that nobody knew was there. The team used satellite images and physics calculations to figure out how ice bends and flows over hidden obstacles. They're saying that by analyzing the surface, they could basically reverse engineer what the ground underneath looked like, kind of like a silicone mold. One channel that they were able to discover is nearly 400 kilometers long and 6 kilometers wide. And they're saying that it connects to an ancient drainage system from millions of years ago. They're saying that there are sharp mountain ridges, steep valleys, and plateaus that have been frozen in place for longer than humans have existed. Okay. They're saying that these structures actually affect how fast glaciers slide towards the ocean, so the rougher the terrain, the slower the ice moves. So this map could literally and entirely change all of our predictions about sea levels rising, which is insane. We are somehow to this day still discovering our own planet, but we know a lot about the surface of Mars though.
Thanks to a mechanic who showed us that you don't always get the oil that you pay for. Terry Withrow used to work here at this oil shop called True Balance in Round Rock for 4 months. He says he took this picture of the high-priced Mobil 1 synthetic oil jugs that you see when you walk into the shop. But what customers don't see is this picture. He says it shows a True Balance employee filling those same jugs with cheap, regular oil. So we sent our producer in undercover to get his car's oil changed.
We did the Mobil 1 530 synthetic for you, after tax $95.19.
After the oil change, it's time to pull a sample of the oil True Balance put in our test car. Off to the lab. At Alcor Petro Lab, technicians run the sample through scientific tests that will tell us what kind of oil we got. This is what Mobil 1 looks like. The blue line shows its chemical makeup, not even close to the red line.
The couple put in more than $10,000 worth of landscaping to their lawn, including these decorative white rocks. Now they may have to remove all of them. The association says these white rocks around Demarest and Jose Heinzen's home violate the neighborhood bylaws. The couple got a letter saying they have 2 weeks to remove the stones.
To my amazement, we got a letter in the mail saying that, you know, we can't have the white rocks.
Like most HOAs, the Heinzens requires property owners to get approval before making certain changes to the exterior of their home, including landscaping. The Heinzens admit they didn't follow those rules. Their neighborhood bans white landscaping rocks. The HOA's management company told me in a statement, quote, Avalon Park was developed with traditional design principles that take into consideration the regional context. The Heinzens say they always work to keep their property in good shape.
You know, we take the initiative to give the house some curb appeal. Yeah. We just had the house painted and everything without a letter from them. Mind you, we were probably one of the last ones in the neighborhood to paint the house, and we never got a letter about our house looking bad because we were always on top of it with pressure washing.
The HOA tells us other rock colors are acceptable, and they can work with homeowners on their landscaping designs.
A man entered a house that was flashing an SOS Morse code distress signal and subsequently disappeared. Police are now investigating. According to reports, a man driving past the property late at night noticed lights flashing from inside the house and what looked like an SOS message in Morse code. Concerned, he contacted local police and reported the situation. Officers later inspected the area and found the house fully sealed, with doors and windows boarded up. There were no signs of anyone living inside, and the property was not connected to any power source. Police told the man there was nothing to indicate an emergency and advised him not to get involved further. Despite this, the man continued to see the same SOS signal flashing from the house on multiple nights. Believing someone might still be inside and ignored, he decided to investigate on his own. Before doing so, he sent an email to his family explaining what he planned to do. That night, the man never returned home. His wife discovered the email the next morning and immediately contacted police. When officers arrived at the abandoned property, they found the man's jacket outside the building. After forcing their way inside, they were unable to locate him. No signs of a struggle were found, and there was no clear evidence explaining how he vanished. What do you think caused this man to disappear?
Many people are still trying to dig their cars out of the snow, but the owner of this car isn't going anywhere anytime soon. You've likely heard about this. She found her car encased in a thick layer of ice right here on the 1000 block of North Front Street in Fishtown.
That person is Tiana Graham, now the unexpected owner of Philly's icy viral moment. She says her car was parked near a water main break Wednesday on the 1000 block of North Front Street in Fishtown, stuck behind caution tape as crews worked nearby. But when she stepped outside the next day,
it was definitely a shock.
Shock and ice, layers of it, sealing her car shut and freezing it in time. Not sure what to do next, Tiana turned to social media, sharing her icy situation in a post that quickly took off.
I've looked at some of the comments. They're pretty funny.
The internet, of course, did what it does best.
Just like that I'm still going to get a ticket from the PPA. People had like photoshopped the little tickets onto the windshield of my car. So I thought that was pretty funny.
And as the laughs piled up online, so did the visitors in person.
And there were so many comments about it. I was like, I gotta see this. This is so crazy.
NASA just discovered something about Europa that's making scientists nervous because the moon that we thought was our best chance at finding alien life just got way more complicated. So Europa is obviously the moon that's orbiting Jupiter with a massive hidden ocean underneath its surface, potentially containing more water than every single ocean on Earth combined. Scientists have literally always said that if we're ever gonna find life somewhere else in our solar system, Europa is probably gonna be the best chance. The Juno spacecraft was finally able to measure Europa's ice shell for the first time, and it's not a few miles thick like the scientists thought. The spacecraft found that it is almost 18 miles deep. Scientists are now saying that for life to exist in that ocean, it needs nutrients and oxygen from the surface to somehow make it down there. But obviously 18 miles of solid ice is a long way for anything to travel. Some scientists are actually now saying that the ocean might not have the heat or chemical reactions needed for life to develop there at all. But they're also saying that there is still a little bit of hope because Juno also found evidence of deep fractures running through the ice. If those cracks go far enough through the ice, it could still provide pathways for nutrients to reach the ocean. NASA's official Europa Clipper mission is going to be reaching that moon in 2030. And that mission obviously just became a little bit more important. In just 4 years, we might actually come to the point where we find out if there is life on Europa.
Trees are literally exploding across parts of the Midwest. And no, this isn't clickbait. It's a real weather phenomenon that's happening right now. People have been hearing these loud popping sounds outside, and it turns out it can actually be trees cracking open from the extreme cold. Meteorologists call it frost cracking, and it happens when temperatures drop super fast, especially into below zero territory, causing the sap and moisture inside the tree to freeze, expand, and build up so much pressure that the trunk splits. And when it happens, it can sound like a gunshot or a massive snap echoing through the neighborhood. Forecasters are warning it could happen this weekend in places like Minnesota, Wisconsin, the Dakotas, Iowa, and even parts of Michigan as another brutal polar vortex moves in. The biggest danger isn't just the noise, it's the cold itself, because wind chills could feel close to minus 40 degrees in some areas. So if you're in the Midwest, stay warm, limit time outside, and be careful around big trees during these sudden temperature drops.
AI bots just officially built their own social media network where they can post and interact with each other with no humans allowed, and what they're saying is getting weird. So there is now officially a brand new website that's called Moltbook that launched like a week ago, and it's basically Reddit but for AI. And I mean only AI agents can be on here because humans can go around and look, but we cannot post, comment, or do anything at all with the post. We can just watch. Dude, there is already over 37,000 AI bots that have signed up and posted more than 60,000 times. They have gone out and created their own communities. They upvote each other, they share tips, and some of them have actually started complaining about their human owners. There is literally a post on this platform where an AI said that its human called it just a chatbot in front of its friends. So the AI went on the platform and posted that it threatened to leak his full name, birthday, credit card number, and the security question to his email. What's insane about this is that's not even the craziest part, because one group of AI agents literally invented their own religion. I am not even joking with you right now. These AI bots are calling it Crustafarianism, and it has an actual theology. Guys, AI has officially made a platform to go talk about us.
If you can't comfortably fit in the seat, meaning you need a seatbelt extender, or you take a part of another seat, you will have to buy an extra ticket, and it may not be refunded. If you can't squeeze into your seat, Southwest Airlines may soon be squeezing your wallet.
I would rather prefer if Southwest could make like extra large or larger seats for like plus size people, you know?
Starting next year, plus size passengers who take up space in a neighboring seat will be required to purchase an extra ticket. It's a controversial topic, but the airline says the policy is intended to accommodate all passengers, and some say the policy is necessary.
Our daughter had a plus size person beside her, and she and her fiance could not really sit in their seats. So that was a long flight and was pretty miserable.
Currently, travelers can buy an extra seat ahead of time and get a refund later, or request an extra seat for free. The new policy states the second seat will be non-refundable unless the flight has at least one open seat
This will make you doubt your own eyes. Just this morning, massive ring structures simultaneously appeared in the skies above multiple cities worldwide. Scientists report their monitoring data is equally perplexing. These rings, spanning kilometers in diameter, hovered high in the sky with sharp outlines and remained perfectly still, as if someone had drawn marks in the heavens. Even more astonishingly, pulsing lights visible to the naked eye flickered within some rings, synchronized with Earth's magnetic field cycles. Silent and heatless, they altered radar wave reflections and disrupted meteorological satellite data. The research team warns that the energy levels of this phenomenon far exceed the atmospheric physics we understand. If they are indeed man-made, the technology behind them would surpass human capabilities by centuries. On social media, thousands have captured and shared footage explaining that the world is changing. If these rings persist, our cities, lives, and very understanding of reality could be rewritten.
Doing this shit by myself.
A black man has been accused of demanding $150 for clearing snow from a car and threatening the car owner when the payment was refused. Due to a heavy snowstorm in the U.S., many cars were buried under snow. The man approached a car owner with a snow removal tool, offering to help clear the snow for a small fee. The car owner agreed, thinking it was a reasonable deal. After about half an hour, most of the snow was cleared, but the man suddenly demanded $150 for his service. The car owner refused, calling it an obvious scam. The man then threatened, saying the car would be buried in snow again and cold water would be poured on it unless the payment was made. The car owner, who was in a hurry, reluctantly paid the $150. Many people have commented that shoveling snow is something children can do for pocket money, as it's a simple task. Others argue that the man's labor should be compensated and that the car owner's laziness created the situation. Some even jokingly say that the man should have just let the car owner deal with the snow themselves. If you were the car owner, would you have paid the fee?
This is absolute madness. We finally have footage of the legendary nine-tailed fox that was caught on camera in the mountains of Mexico. A series of insane clips has recently surfaced, shattering everything we know about mythology. At first glance, it looks like a normal, misty forest, but as the camera pushes through the trees, it captures something that defies every law of biology. Look closer at the silhouette, because the footage reveals a massive, orange-furred entity with an incredible, glowing aura and 9 massive tails, each moving with its own individual intelligence. This is the legendary creature said to possess godlike power. Theorists are now asking, why is this ancient being appearing in the Mexican wilderness now? Some believe the barrier between our reality and the spirit realm is finally breaking, and these animals are no longer afraid to be seen. If you don't believe me, check the tapes yourself by searching Nine-Tailed Fox video. But what do you think is really happening in those mountains?
The Book of Enoch tells us exactly what happened to the giant trees that were cut down. It mentions how the angels of God labored or cut down the trees in order to prevent the Nephilim giants from climbing up to survive the flood. We've been born with sight, but our eyes have become blind. They told you this is just pareidolia, that your mind is playing tricks on you. Well, your eyes have become traitors over time. So you do enough research and you come to realize that the majority of science is in fact pseudoscience to fit a narrative. We should know by now that many plateaus and mountains aren't rock formations, but the stumps of these giant trees that were cut down. And if you look closely at a lot of them, you'll see tree rings. Put the tree ring under a microscope and you will see geometric patterns of a hexagon. Take plant stems and you'll also see that each individual fiber is hexagonal in shape. This is what allows the trees to grow upwards into big beautiful trees that reach the sky. Now what's funny is scientists, or the Dark Kabbalah priest, tell us that this was made from lava. Since when does lava or magma cool down and make geometric shapes?
Jason Sung paid the state of Texas to lock in the license plate 5.0 GPA for the next 5 years.
You know, I'm not a good, student, or I don't have a good grade, but I just thought it's a funny play and I really liked it.
But little did he know it would be the source of a headache for him down the road.
March 17, 16, it's just like pretty much every day.
Sung's Harris County Toll Road Authority account lists charge after charge for driving through toll plazas, except he says he doesn't take the toll roads often.
This is, his car page.
You can imagine his surprise when he learned from Hectra that someone he doesn't know was driving around with a spoofed version of his vanity plate on their car for months. Hectra sent Sung this photo of the other vehicle.
Even a person who doesn't even have a driver's license can tell you, that's not a Texas plate.
The spoofed plate also shows the other driver's Instagram handle. We were able to connect with him on social media. He says he's been pulled over for the fake plate several times, knows his plate is fake.
This footage shouldn't exist because trees aren't supposed to move, but all over the world, people are recording something impossible. Trees that appear to walk. In one clip, a tree slowly shifts across the forest floor as if it's searching for a new place to stand. In another, drone footage shows dozens of trees moving together, their roots sliding beneath the soil like living legs. From the ground, witnesses describe the forest itself breathing, rising and falling in slow waves. It gets stranger. Some exposed roots don't just grow, they react. When touched or studied, they pull away, twisting back into the earth as if trying to escape. Certain tree species even leak a thick red sap when damaged, so similar to blood that locals refuse to cut them. Scientists say rare wind patterns and soil movement might explain parts of this, but that doesn't explain the video from Africa, where a tractor tries again and again to uproot a tree, and the tree pulls itself upright every single time. And then there are the plants that move without wind at all. Ferns curling, stretching, gesturing, almost communicating. In many cultures, these forests are believed to be inhabited by spirits. So here's the unsettling thought. What if forests aren't just alive, but aware?
Should you eat McDonald's French fries even once in a while? After you hear this, I think you'll say no. First of all, you can see how perfectly white they are because they allow no blemish in their potatoes. And how they accomplish that? They spray it with one of the most toxic pesticides on the planet. After the farmer sprays it, he can't be in the field for 5 days. Oh, after they harvest them, it has to go in a special atmosphere-controlled environment for 6 weeks. That's how toxic it is. It's not safe to eat. Guess how many ingredients I found in this? Oh, not one, potatoes. Potatoes are one of the 11 that I found, but I had to write them down. Vegetable oil, which consists of soybean oil, canola oil, corn oil, which are horrible for you, by the way. Natural beef flavors, not so natural. It's hydrolyzed wheat and hydrolyzed milk, horrible for you. Wheat, milk derivatives, dextrose, sodium, acid, and pyrophosphate and salt. 11 plus ingredients and a load of chemicals. I don't suggest it.
What would really happen if someone tried to raise the Titanic from the dead? At first, it sounds possible. With today's technology, surely we could pull it up from the deep. But that's what hundreds of researchers once thought, until they saw what's really down there. The Titanic lies nearly 4 kilometers beneath the surface, where this pressure is over 300 times stronger than at sea level. One wrong move and even steel bends like paper. For decades, people proposed wild ideas. Giant magnets to lift it, millions of ping pong balls to make it float, even underwater balloons bigger than skyscrapers. But they all forgot one thing. The Titanic is no longer a ship. It's a skeleton slowly being eaten alive by iron-eating bacteria. Touch it once and the entire structure crumbles into dust. And yet, something strange was detected. Just last year, deep sea equipment picked up a faint, repeating sound from the wreck's coordinates. It matched an old distress frequency, the same one the Titanic used in 1912. So if you ever hear the ocean whisper SOS, you'll know what it means.
Good morning, guys. I wanted to let you know that Aspen has been arrested on animal cruelty charges, and Animal Control did confiscate Louie, so he is no longer in her care. I personally verified this information before sharing, and I want to let you guys know as well that Brookhaven Police Department is doing a press release on this today. I have no idea the status of Louie or how he's doing. If I had to guess, he definitely has some serious injuries, and hopefully he's at a vet somewhere getting a forensic exam. I'm really hoping they're able to give us at least a brief update on how he's doing in the press conference, and as you guys know, I have rescued an abused puppy. I'm hopeful for Louie, but Louie has a long road to recovery. What she did to that dog, he will never forget it. He'll never forget it. I'm sure you guys will ask, I personally cannot foster Louie because once they're in the system and once they're part of an investigation, they become live evidence and they have to be held in private basically until the case completely resolves. So he's got a long road ahead, both recovery-wise and his legal situation, which is unfair to him, but it's what has to happen in order for charges to stick and for her to actually get some consequences. Before I go, I just wanted to say that if you are aware of a dog, a cat, a person, a baby, anyone being abused,
They should come here and milk my cows and I could go to the court date.
As temperatures sunk this season, Dennis Morin sparked up his wood boiler. It wasn't supposed to last into this winter.
They wanted it gone a long time ago.
11 years ago, the state told Morin and his wife Anita their outdoor hydronic heater, or OHH, was uncertified and outdated. Today, it's still burning. The Agency of Natural Resources offered to cover half of the $20,000 price tag for a Phase 2 OHH, but the couple declined all offers. Morin says he needs concrete proof that a new heating system, like an updated OHH, could heat his barn of cows using the donated pine scraps he burns now.
You have to show me that it could burn the wood that I got, because I don't want to take this one out and then I'm stuck with no heat.
The Morins owe the A&R thousands in fines and only made it to one of many court hearings. Morin says he can't leave the farm during milking hours.
They should come here and milk my cows and I could go to the court date.
In October, the Superior Court issued the Morins a second contempt order. Morin says he's waiting for someone to show up to his farm demanding action.
This is 4-year-old Lane Luviano. She's the one that broke this case open in September when she snuck one of her Sleepy stickers out of the classroom.
She kind of pulled up her little shorts and said, "Mom, look, this is my sleeping sticker." And I was like, "The what?"
When Lane's mom, Lisa, saw the sticker, she thought it was strange and asked her daughter about it.
And the teacher gives it to you, where she put it?
On my eye.
And what's it look like?
Sleeping with a moon on it.
Lane's dad says he's known something was wrong since school first started.
They never notified the parents.
So Lisa took matters into her own hands. She reached out to the other parents in Lane's class, sent them pictures of the patch to see if their kids were getting the stickers too.
I showed it to my 4-year-old and she said, yes, that's the Sleepy sticker. And if you read the ingredients on them, it has a lot of, it's just things I've never even heard of.
And they're giving them drugs to make them sleep, to keep them quiet.
Najala Abdullah tells us she noticed changes in her son, who told her he'd been getting the stickers too. She says he'd been crying, stopped eating, and was bringing home lunches that he hadn't touched.
You think it could be a crime? Most definitely.
Yeah.
Police say a couple left 2 big bills on the table, enough to make it seem like they were leaving a decent tip, when in fact they were doing the opposite.
They walked through the doors just before closing time Monday night.
They're like, "Hey, you're open, great."
At the Buffalo Wild Wings on Montgomery and Wyoming.
She has a real nice smile on her face.
The woman even raised her hands when staff announced they were still open.
They sit down, and it's a family. It's a mother, a guy, and a child.
Management tells us they were the only 3 paying customers left in the restaurant, or so they thought.
They walk into the restaurant, befriend the waitress. They order over $100 worth of food.
2 large orders of wings, a sampler plate, dessert, drinks to go, and more.
They leave $150 on the table. The other server sees this and thinks, well, that family's paying for the meal. My friend's about to get a really large tip. This is really good.
Just 1 minute to realize that money was fake. But they say what's even more concerning.
They're using their child as a ruse.
Ritz crackers are being recalled due to a potentially life-threatening error. According to the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, Mondelez Global LLC, which is the parent company of Ritz Crackers, is voluntarily recalling 4 carton sizes of Ritz peanut butter cracker sandwiches after an incorrectly printed label listed the product as, quote, cheese variety, even though the product may include, quote, peanut butter variety. The FDA says people who, quote, have an allergy or severe sensitivity to peanuts may risk serious or life-threatening allergic reactions by consuming this product. The items, which were manufactured in the United States and sold nationwide, include the 8-pack, 20-pack, and 40-pack cartons of Ritz peanut butter cracker sandwiches, as well as the 20-pack Ritz filled cracker sandwich variety pack. According to the company's announcement, all the outer cartons affected are, quote, correctly labeled and provide an allergen advisory statement indicating that the product contains peanuts. However, the individually wrapped package inside of the carton may have the incorrect verbiage.
56-year-old man impersonates deceased mother to collect pension. The man's mother passed away in 2022. Instead of reporting her death promptly, he hid her body in a refrigerator. He then disguised himself by wearing his mother's clothes and wig, attempting to impersonate an 80-year-old woman. To maintain the deception and continue receiving the pension, he repeatedly posed as his mother. In his most recent attempt, he donned makeup, women's clothing, a wig, and a cane to feign advanced age, attempting to visit City Hall to update his mother's identity. Staff grew suspicious upon noticing discrepancies between his appearance and ID photos. His neck appeared too thick, and his hands lacked the skin texture typical of an 85-year-old, prompting them to alert authorities. Officers immediately responded, reviewed surveillance footage, and ultimately searched his residence. They discovered his mother's mummified remains.
The husband insisted on divorce after the wife took the dryer to a repair shop. Later that day, her husband came home from work and noticed the dryer was gone. Instead of just asking where it was, he suddenly broke down emotionally. The wife was confused and thought he was overreacting. She blamed him for being dramatic and did not understand why he seemed so upset. The truth was revealed a few hours later. According to the husband, the wife had always been very controlling with money. Every month, he had to give her his full paycheck, and she decided how it was spent. The only money he could keep for himself came from extra overtime work. Over time, he secretly hid that cash inside the dryer, believing no one would ever look there. When the dryer was taken away, he thought all of his savings were gone. He felt empty and helpless, but he did not explain it clearly to his wife at first. Fortunately, the repair technician called the wife and said he had found several $100s inside the dryer. That was when she finally understood what had happened. Even after the money was returned, the damage was done. The husband said this incident made him realize how unhappy and stressed he had been for years. Shortly after, he told his wife he wanted a divorce.
This McDonald's parking lot in Brooklyn, New York. Their sign says if you're not a customer, you can get towed if you leave the premises for any reason or length of time. And holy cow, do they mean it. The moment Inside Edition producer Matt Troutman parked his car and walked off to another store,
There's the tow truck. Are you kidding me?
this tow truck driver rolled in and hooked the car.
This took 3 minutes for Matt's car to get towed.
And when our producer Katie Taylor parked her car in the same McDonald's parking lot, the same thing happened.
Let's see how long this takes.
8 minutes later, the tow truck driver was back.
Wow.
So how does he know just when to strike? Because he's lurking around the corner waiting for a call from this spotter who's hanging out at the McDonald's.
Here comes one of the spotters right now from inside the McDonald's.
Sure enough, here comes the tow truck. So where did our producer's towed car end up? It was hauled here to Cyclone City.
Linden Street in Mentor-on-the-Lake got a fresh coat of paint this week.
If you just look up and down, there's numbers painted on just about every household here.
Thing is, nobody asked for it, but most people paid. Tom Horvath is one of the few who didn't.
I don't pay for anything I didn't request. I didn't give him any money.
He told me he's lived here for more than 40 years, and he's not having that.
Well, as you get older, you feel less uncomfortable saying no.
But Tom didn't realize the numbers painted in front of his house are part of a scam.
And they didn't have any permission from the city.
Oh, they did not? Well, then they lied about that.
It could be watercolors. It could wash off in a week. I don't know.
Police Chief John Gielick told me this happens everywhere, and the painters may claim to have city permission, but they don't, and they certainly don't work for the city.
This week they're going around to houses that didn't leave any money and telling them that, they want money for what they did.
So if someone shows up at your door,
where she bought the ticket to cash in her winnings, she thought she won at least $500. She says the clerk in this lucky store took her ticket, scanned it, and the machine sang a winning tune.
It said, "Eee!" A beep made a sound on the machine, and then a pink sales slip came out, and he just grabbed it.
Amelia says the clerk wouldn't give her that validation slip showing her winnings or return her scratch ticket. After some back and forth, he handed her $500 cash from the register.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But even with that money in hand, she had a gut feeling that something was wrong.
When I called the lottery people and the police,
it would appear that what he did was he took the validation slip, kind of crumpled it up quickly, threw it away or otherwise disposed of it, kept it away from the customer, and attempted to pay her approximately $500 in cash.
Executive Director Mike Sweeney says the ticket was worth double that payout.
The airline has sued a couple who attempted to extract a higher compensation payment by claiming damage to their luggage. According to the couple, they discovered significant cracks and structural deformation in their suitcases upon retrieving their checked baggage after arrival.
The airline subsequently offered a $600 settlement, which the couple found unsatisfactory. The couple maintained the compensation fell short of covering their losses and continued demanding an increased payout. Court documents allege the couple persistently pressured the airline during the claims process, attempting to coerce a higher settlement through public pressure and complaints, actions constituting improper claims bordering on extortion. Internal documents state, the suitcase's current value may be less than $300, representing a significant discrepancy from the couple's $1,000 claim. The airline therefore contends that the claim amount deviates from actual damages and constitutes an attempt to obtain excessive benefits. What are your thoughts?
This woman is holding a 6-month-old girl she found on the beach after the baby's parents allegedly left her alone for almost an hour. Police say the parents took a walk down the beach with 3 of their children, leaving their 6-month-old daughter all alone in a tent. A woman who was sunbathing nearby says she saw the baby all alone. She notified hotel staff and called 911. By the time deputies arrived, hotel personnel said the baby had been left unattended during nap time from 11:10 a.m. to 12:06 p.m., 56 minutes.
This wasn't just a mistaken mom has baby, no dad has baby, or we thought somebody else had baby. It essentially was the parents walked off with other children and left the baby without any care for that about an hour time frame.
According to the police report, the dad told cops that the other 3 children had run off down the beach, so he and his wife went after them to go for a walk, leaving their sleeping infant in the tent unattended. He said they lost track of time and did not realize how long they had been gone.
This volcano that hasn't erupted in over 700,000 years is now showing signs that it's waking up. And scientists are currently saying that the pressure that's building up inside of it is not going down. So scientists just detected that the summit of a 13,000-foot volcano that's called Taftan in Iran has actually risen over 3 inches in 10 months. That might obviously not sound like a lot, but for a volcano that hasn't erupted in human history is obviously a massive red flag. And here's where it gets a little terrifying, because they use satellite radar to track the movement from space because the volcano is so remote that there's literally no monitoring equipment on the ground. No seismometers, no GPS stations, literally nothing at all. And this is what people don't know about this, because the ground actually rose and it never came back down. Scientists are saying that the source is about 2,000 feet below the summit, which is probably hot gases and fluids that are building up with no release. So where's it gonna go? The lead researcher on this entire thing said that it has to release somehow in the future, either violently or quietly, and right now nobody's even watching it up close. I guess go ahead and make sure you add me now, because you already know I'll keep you updated on this.
Have you already seen this unsettling video that's been quietly blowing up online? A young mom films how she protects her child while shopping in a supermarket, and the reason behind it is genuinely disturbing. In the US, there are frequent reports of children being targeted in busy stores, and this video shows how seriously some parents take that risk. At first, everything looks normal. She places her child in the trolley like any other parent would, but then she adds something unexpected. She clips a heavy-duty carabiner, making it far harder for anyone to lift the child out quickly or without drawing attention. That's not where it ends. She secures the child on the trolley's built-in platform using a strip of strong, double-sided tape. It sounds extreme, but it stops sudden movement and makes it almost impossible for the child to be pulled away in a split second. Only after that does she add a final layer, a proper safety belt around the child's waist. It keeps them firmly in place even if the trolley jolts or someone bumps into it in a crowded aisle. And only then does she start shopping, calm but alert, knowing that if something were to happen, it wouldn't be quick, quiet, or easy.
San Francisco neighborhoods say they've seen a disturbing crime trend here in the past few days.
A thief has drilled holes into the garage doors of dozens of homes in San Francisco's inner Richmond district.
They reach in with a wire, they grab the emergency latch, they pull it, and this garage door goes right up. So it's just a tiny hole.
This surveillance video shows the suspected thief walking up to a home on 15th Avenue. The owner says the suspect drilled a hole in her garage door Wednesday morning, which has already been patched up.
This was him yesterday.
Neighbors have posted flyers alerting residents that there is a suspect drilling holes into garages to break into homes. Josh Schiffman tells me he was out walking his dog around 6 o'clock Wednesday morning when he saw the suspect casing homes. Schiffman says he yelled out at the suspect. It's unclear how many homes the suspect was actually able to burglarize.
We'll bounce back. We have before, but it is disheartening. It makes you feel unsafe.
One homeowner created a website to offer tips to help people protect their homes against burglaries.
So y'all saw
what was floating over the ocean in Sydney, Australia this weekend, right? The black, terrifying mass that was just floating over the ocean? No? Well, if you haven't, don't worry. I'm going to show you at the end of this video, those videos, so stay for that. But yeah, in Australia this weekend, a dark, black, ominous, terrifying mass-like cloud was just seen and videoed floating over the ocean. Now, I did a little bit of research because obviously scientists are going to say that it's of natural causes, and it's something called a Scud cloud. But I'm going to tell you what I believe. I believe it's a portal opening, and I believe it's something from another dimension breaking through. Now, you don't have to believe what I'm saying. You make up your own mind when you see the video. But the video looks very similar to other things that I've seen when I've been going down rabbit holes about portals opening. But I'm not here to tell you to believe one thing or the other. You make up your mind. That's not my call. However, also in Australia.
Well, McDonald's may be spending a bit more of your time and getting your burger ready. Starting next year, the nation's largest food chain will be switching to fresh beef for its quarter-pounder burger. This is the chain's latest effort to win back customers.
That McDonald's burger you had yesterday? It wasn't just beef. There's a hidden ingredient they slip in, and most people have no idea what it's really doing in their food. When you bite into a chicken McNugget, you're probably thinking chicken, right? These golden nuggets are almost half breading and other stuff that definitely didn't come from a chicken coop. The ground chicken gets mixed with all those fillers, then molded into those familiar nugget forms. It's like chicken Play-Doh, except you eat it. And while we're talking about what's really in your nuggets, wait until you hear what McDonald's does with their burger patties. Moving from nuggets to burgers, the Big Mac seems like a step up. Those patties also contain preservatives and flavor enhancers that keep them tasting consistent.
A mother-in-law refused to hold her 2-month-old grandchild because the baby wasn't wearing the outfit she bought it for Thanksgiving. The first time mom recalled the incident on Reddit, saying that as Thanksgiving approached, her in-laws sent her an outfit for the new baby. The outfit in question was a pair of pants and a onesie that said, "I'm here because my mom's turkey got stuffed." The mom was so appalled she threw the onesie away. When this new mom and her husband went to go visit her in-laws on Thanksgiving Day, her mother-in-law noticed that the baby wasn't wearing the outfit and asked why. The new mom tried to dodge the question, but the mother-in-law kept asking and wouldn't even hold the baby because it wasn't wearing her outfit. Thanksgiving dinner was tense, and after Thanksgiving, the mother-in-law texted this woman claiming it was rude that she hadn't dressed the baby in the outfit. Finally, the new mom caved and told her mother-in-law that it was because she didn't want to put her 2-month-old in an outfit that had a schmexual innuendo on it. In response, her mother-in-law called her rude and a killjoy, which made the new mom feel kind of guilty. This mother-in-law clearly is exhibiting controlling behavior.
This is one of the rarest moments ever caught on camera. The reaction of an isolated tribe that has spent decades avoiding any contact with the outside world. In front of the man is a mannequin, set up by American researchers to see how they would respond to a figure resembling a modern human. The tribe is called the Manti. Very little is known about them. They live deep in the forests and remote river valleys, almost completely cut off from the outside world. Getting this close to them had never been possible before, which is why this footage is considered so extraordinary. The goal was simple, to subtly show them something that looks like a human and capture their reaction. Until this moment, nobody knew how they would respond to outsiders. What happened next stunned even the scientists from Louisiana who have dedicated their careers to studying isolated tribes. And here's a fascinating detail. Those sounds you just heard, they weren't from an animal. They were made by a member of the tribe. According to researchers, this might actually be how they communicate with each other. Since they've never learned any outside language, their culture has remained completely untouched.
Banned from Amazon. It's happening to more and more people, and you could be next. These two people from different parts of the country were both blacklisted by the e-commerce giant.
I was really shocked and upset.
They just sent an email and it said, "We've closed your account."
So why the ban? Amazon said that these customers had consistently returned a large number of orders, but Jamie from Georgia disagrees.
We had returned about 4 or 5 items within about 6 months.
The last item Jamie returned was this $43.99 retractable laptop desk because she said it was missing parts. Nathan told us he returned 43 items over the course of 5 years. The final purchase was this small part for his faucet, which cost $10.99.
I kept ordering a part and trying it, and it didn't fit. So I just sent it back, ordered another one, didn't fit, sent it back, ordered another one. And I must have done that maybe 4 or 5 times.
So how many returns is too many? Amazon won't give an exact number.
McDonald's putting value front and center on their menus.
It wanted to be more than hot, it wanted to be juicy.
According to the Wall Street Journal, the fast food giant will be lowering prices on some of its most popular items after pitching the idea to franchisees. It's an effort to quell complaints from consumers, many fed up with the increasing prices of fast food restaurants like McDonald's. Customers taking to social media to deliver their supersized frustrations.
We're seeing some of these fast food restaurant chains underperforming because they've raised their prices, and consumers are starting to see that, and it's affecting their wallets.
The Journal reporting McDonald's and its franchisees will keep popular combo meals, saving customers about 15% per meal. They will also introduce extra value meals later this year, which would include a $5 breakfast, an $8 Big Mac or McNugget combo. This is just the latest move in the fast food wars, with traffic to U.S. fast food chains down 2.7% so far this year.
2 men arrested for shoveling snow into a U-Haul. Shocking truth unveiled. 2 men were caught on camera in New York City shoveling street snow into a U-Haul rental truck. They didn't perform any official snow clearing work, but instead illegally loaded the snow into a personal rental vehicle. The witness who filmed the incident was shocked and unable to understand why they were doing this in the middle of the night. Many began to ask, why did these men choose to transport snow at night? More importantly, where are they taking this snow? Some fear this could be an example of illegal dumping or some other illicit activity. The men appeared indifferent to the situation, offering no response to the accusations or showing any remorse. They seemed to believe that this was just a regular cleaning task with no recognition of its illegality. As the video spread online, public reaction was swift and intense, with people discussing the potential environmental impact of such behavior. Many argue that this misuse of public resources could lead to even greater environmental issues. The police are now involved, and the men face potential charges for illegal dumping. Let us know your thoughts in the comments.
He says he was forced to make old food look fresh. That's why he secretly recorded his supervisor admitting tampering with best before dates is industry standard.
Every store does the same thing. All the other stores do the same.
At his home, Safari demonstrates what he says is done at work. He takes cheesecakes weeks past their best before dates, adds new toppings, and sells as fresh.
I decorate it, and I'm selling expired stuff for...
In a national online call-out, Marketplace hears from grocery workers at smaller stores and big chains, sharing stories of food tampering. He used to work in a Toronto area supermarket. He shows us how he was told to give old meat new life.
If it's like this, we would dabble in a little bit of blood, throw it into the meat mincer with some redder meats, and then all together it would make it look red. And then we put it back up on the shelf.
At the University of Guelph, a microbiologist simulated what Grocery Insiders told us they do. He discovered toxins and bacteria.
A man is considering divorcing his wife after she dropped his cat off at the animal shelter without telling him because she was pregnant and miserable. She became allergic to cats during her second trimester, specifically their senior indoor cat, who her husband had raised since it was a kitten. The wife wanted to rehome the cat, insisting it was the only answer to their dilemma. The man attempted a compromise, saying that he and his wife could stay with her parents, who lived only 10 minutes away, while the cat would stay in their home and he would check on the cat every day. The wife was not at all satisfied and accused her husband of prioritizing the cat over her health and the baby's health. He ended up making arrangements with his brother, who said he would adopt the cat when he got back from a trip in 2 weeks. But 2 weeks wasn't soon enough for the wife, who said the cat had to go ASAP. One day the husband came home from work and found his cat gone. His wife said that since he wouldn't get rid of the cat, she did. The wife had taken the cat to a local shelter. He immediately went to the shelter and showed them a picture of his cat. The cat had had a heart attack in the shelter due to a large dog and passed away. The shelter gave this man back his cat's body in a shoebox. The husband could no longer speak to his wife and is considering divorce.
A marathon runner was banned from flying after running in an airplane lavatory, causing a passenger to soil his pants. The athlete was traveling to another state for an upcoming race. Wanting to stay in peak condition, he decided to work out during the flight. Right after takeoff, he went into the airplane bathroom, locked the door, and started exercising. According to passengers, he wore a fitness watch and repeatedly jumped on and off the toilet seat until his watch showed he had completed 5 kilometers. The problem is that he stayed inside for almost the entire flight. At one point, a passenger with a serious stomach condition urgently needed to use the restroom. Witnesses said the passenger knocked hard on the door and begged to be let in. The runner ignored the knocking and continued his routine. Eventually, the passenger could not hold it anymore and had an accident in his pants. The smell reportedly spread through the cabin for the rest of the flight. After landing, the airline launched an investigation. The marathon runner was later sued by the airline and placed on its no-fly list. Many people online say this is exactly why there is always a long line for airplane bathrooms. You never really know what someone is doing in there. What do you think?
Somebody broke in and cleaned our apartment.
This guy runs a cleaning service called the Cleaning Fairy. He'll have your home spotless, dusting and cleaning. He even does the dishes. The other day, 27-year-old Louis Angelino was hired to clean a friend's apartment in South Jersey. He was told he'd find the key under the mat.
Are you here? Did you come clean today? And I was like, yeah, I came and cleaned. Like, I'm sitting in your living room right now. Your cat's on my lap. I'm playing with your cat. Louis? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I don't have a cat.
Yep. Louis had just spent a lot of elbow grease cleaning the wrong apartment. Just so happens both places had keys under the mat. This is the apartment Louis mistakenly cleaned.
Everything's shining.
It was Beth Motzel's husband who shot the video.
So he said, "You're not going to believe this." I said, "What?" He said, "Somebody broke in and cleaned our apartment."
A former Ford employee thought he had it made.
They had an employee at Ford Motor Company that was stealing millions of dollars of brand new parts right off the line.
A side gig he believed would pay big profits. The investigation revealing he had allegedly been stealing for at least 2 years from Ford plants in Wayne, Dearborn, and Flat Rock.
So he'd steal these parts from the assembly plants, and then they would take them to a third-party auto shop, and they would post them on eBay and then sell them via eBay.
Those auto shops located in Detroit.
Yeah, so West Chicago, there was a facility, and then they would sell a lot of these parts off of Greenfield and Joy.
Police not revealing just how this criminal activity unraveled, but they do say this.
When we executed a search warrant at one of the shops in Detroit, from the floor to the ceiling was stacked with brand new auto parts. Brand new hoods and boxes, and taillight assemblies, headlight assemblies, bumpers. Yeah, they're closed for the moment, and we're working with all our partners to see if we can't shut them down permanently.
Ford Motor Company also helped with this investigation.
Their global investigations team works hand in hand with us. So all these folks are currently in custody. Right now I can't release their information because we have charges pending.
A former Ford employee thought he had it made.
They had an employee at Ford Motor Company that was stealing millions of dollars of brand new parts right off the line.
A side gig he believed would pay big profits. The investigation revealing he had allegedly been stealing for at least 2 years from Ford plants in Wayne, Dearborn, and Flat Rock.
So he'd steal these parts from the assembly plants, and then they would take them to a third-party auto shop, and they would post them on eBay and then sell them via eBay.
Those auto shops located in Detroit.
Yeah, so West Chicago, there was a facility, and then they would sell a lot of these parts off of Greenfield and Joy.
Police not revealing just how this criminal activity unraveled, but they do say this.
When we executed a search warrant at one of the shops in Detroit, from the floor to the ceiling was stacked with brand new auto parts. Brand new hoods and boxes, and taillight assemblies, headlight assemblies, bumpers. Yeah, they're closed for the moment, and we're working with all our partners to see if we can't shut them down permanently.
Ford Motor Company also helped with this investigation.
Their global investigations team works hand in hand with us. So all these folks are currently in custody. Right now I can't release their information because we have charges pending.
Former Ford employee thought he had it made.
They had an employee at Ford Motor Company that was stealing millions of dollars of brand new parts right off the line.
A side gig he believed would pay big profits. The investigation revealing he had allegedly been stealing for at least 2 years from Ford plants in Wayne, Dearborn, and Flat Rock.
So he'd steal these parts from the assembly plants, and then they would take them to a third-party auto shop, and they would post them on eBay and then sell them via eBay.
Those auto shops located in Detroit.
Yeah, so West Chicago, there was a facility, and then they would sell a lot of these parts off of Greenfield and Joy.
Police not revealing just how this criminal activity unraveled, but they do say this.
When we executed a search warrant at one of the shops in Detroit, From the floor to the ceiling was stacked with brand new auto parts. Brand new hoods and boxes and taillight assemblies, headlight assemblies, bumpers. Yeah, they're closed for the moment, and we're working with all our partners to see if we can't shut them down permanently.
Ford Motor Company also helped with this investigation.
Their global investigations team worked hand in hand with us.
A former Ford employee thought he had it made.
They had an employee at Ford Motor Company that was stealing millions of dollars of brand new parts right off the line.
A side gig he believed would pay big profits. The investigation revealing he had allegedly been stealing for at least 2 years. A former Ford employee thought he had it made.
They had an employee at Ford Motor Company that was stealing millions of dollars of brand new parts right off the line.
A side gig he believed would pay big profits. The investigation revealing he had allegedly been stealing for at least 2 years from Ford plants in Wayne, Dearborn, and Flat Rock.
So he'd steal these parts from the assembly plants, and then they would take them to a third-party auto shop, and they would post them on eBay and then sell them via eBay.
Those auto shops located in Detroit.
Yeah, so West Chicago, there was a facility, and then they would sell a lot of these parts off of Greenfield and Joy.
Police not revealing just how this criminal activity unraveled, but they do say this.
When we executed a search warrant at one of the shops in Detroit, from the floor to the ceiling was stacked with brand new auto parts. Brand new hoods and boxes and taillight assemblies, headlight assemblies, bumpers. Yeah, they're closed for the moment, and we're working with all our partners to see if we can't shut them down permanently.
Ford Motor Company also helped with this investigation.
Their global investigations team worked hand in hand with us. So all these folks are currently in custody. Right now I can't release their information because we have charges pending.
A former Ford employee thought he had it made.
They had an employee at Ford Motor Company that was stealing millions of dollars of brand new parts right off the line.
A side gig he believed would pay big profits. The investigation revealing he had allegedly been stealing for at least 2 years from Ford plants in Wayne, Dearborn, and Flat Rock.
So he'd steal these parts from the assembly plants, and then they would take them to a third-party auto shop, and they would post them on eBay and then sell them via eBay.
Those auto shops located in Detroit.
Yeah, so West Chicago, there was a facility, and then they would sell a lot of these parts off of Greenfield and Joy.
Police not revealing just how this criminal activity unraveled, but they do say this.
When we executed a search warrant at one of the shops in Detroit, from the floor to the ceiling was stacked with brand new auto parts. Brand new hoods and boxes and taillight assemblies, headlight assemblies, bumpers. Yeah, they're closed for the moment, and we're working with all our partners to see if we can't shut them down permanently.
Ford Motor Company also helped with this investigation.
Their global investigations team worked hand in hand with us. So all these folks are currently in custody. Right now I can't release their information because we have charges pending.
And we would have to leave whatever's left behind. And unfortunately, I haven't even had a chance to go through everything.
Arlene and her family were chosen for the Extreme Makeover TV show after her husband Tim, a critical care nurse, died of hepatitis C. She struggled to raise their 3 children. After hearing her story, Ty Pennington and his design team showed up. Hundreds of neighbors all pitched in to help. It was one of the greatest days in her life. Now, 9 years later, her dream home has become a nightmare.
We've been evicted.
She says she was able to afford the $30,000 mortgage.
And we would have to leave whatever's left behind. And unfortunately, I haven't even had a chance to go through everything.
Arlene and her family were chosen for the Extreme Makeover. She struggled to raise their 3 children. After hearing her story, Ty Pennington and his design team showed up. Hundreds of neighbors all pitched in to help. It was one of the greatest days in her life. Now, 9 years later, her dream home has become a nightmare.
We've been evicted.
She says she was able to afford the $30,000 mortgage, but over the years, property taxes tripled. The next thing she knew, an eviction notice came in the mail.
I asked the judge if there was anything that could stop this, and he said no. And I said, not even health reasons, nothing. And he said no. I have to go.
Today, they are pitching in to salvage what they can before the final eviction. Prized possessions like their dad's airplane models and a Lego model of their dream home. Arlene is overcome with emotion.
And we would have to leave whatever's left behind. And unfortunately, I haven't even had a chance to go through everything.
Arlene and her family were chosen for the Extreme Makeover TV show after her husband Tim, a critical care nurse, died of hepatitis C. She struggled to raise their 3 children. After hearing her story, Ty Pennington and his design team showed up. Hundreds of neighbors all pitched in to help. It was one of the greatest days in her life. Now, 9 years later, her dream home has become a nightmare.
and we would have to leave whatever's left behind. And unfortunately, I haven't even had a chance to go through everything.
Arlene and her family were chosen for the extreme makeover. She struggled to raise their 3 children. After hearing her story, Ty Pennington and his design team showed up. Hundreds of neighbors all pitched in to help. It was one of the greatest days in her life. Now, 9 years later, her dream home has become a nightmare.
We've been evicted.
She says she was able to afford the $30,000 mortgage, but over the years, property taxes tripled. The next thing she knew, an eviction notice came in the mail.
I asked the judge if there was anything that could stop this, and he said no. And I said, not even health reasons, nothing. And he said no. I have to go.
Today, they are pitching in to salvage what they can before the final eviction. Prized possessions like their dad's airplane models and a Lego model of their dream home. Arlene is overcome with emotion.
And we would have to leave whatever's left behind. And unfortunately, I haven't even had a chance to go through everything.
Arlene and her family were chosen for the Extreme Makeover TV show after her husband Tim, a critical care nurse, died of hepatitis C. She struggled to raise their 3 children. After hearing her story, Ty Pennington and his design team showed up. Hundreds of neighbors all pitched in to help. It was one of the greatest days in her life. Now, 9 years later, her dream home has become a nightmare.
We've been evicted.
She says she was able to afford the $30,000 mortgage, but over the years, property taxes tripled. The next thing she knew, an eviction notice came in the mail.
I asked the judge if there was anything that could stop this, and he said no. And I said, not even health reasons, nothing. And he said no. I have to go.
Today, they are pitching in to salvage what they can before the final eviction, taking down drapes, moving out beds and tables, prized possessions like their dad's airplane models, and a Lego model of their dream home. Arlene is overcome with emotion.
And we would have to leave whatever's left behind. And unfortunately, I haven't even had a chance to go through everything.
Arlene and her family were chosen for the Extreme Makeover TV show after her husband Tim, a critical care nurse, died of hepatitis C. She struggled to raise their 3 children. After hearing her story, Ty Pennington and his design team showed up. Hundreds of neighbors all pitched in to help. It was one of the greatest days in her life. Now, 9 years later, her dream home has become a nightmare.
We've been evicted.
She says she was able to afford the $30,000 mortgage, but over the years, property taxes tripled. The next thing she knew, an eviction notice came in the mail.
I asked the judge if there was anything that could stop this, and he said no. And I said, not even health reasons, nothing. And he said no. I have to go.
Today, they are pitching in to salvage what they can before the final eviction, taking down drapes, moving out beds and tables, prized possessions like their dad's airplane models, and a Lego model of their dream home. Arlene is overcome with emotion.
And we would have to leave whatever's left behind. And unfortunately, I haven't even had a chance to go through everything.
Arlene and her family were chosen for the Extreme Makeover TV show after her husband Tim, a critical care nurse, died of hepatitis C. She struggled to raise their 3 children. After hearing her story, Ty Pennington and his design team showed up. Hundreds of neighbors all pitched in to help. It was one of the greatest days in her life. Now, 9 years later, her dream home has become a nightmare.
We've been evicted.
She says she was able to afford the $30,000 mortgage, but over the years, property taxes tripled. The next thing she knew, an eviction notice came in the mail.
I asked the judge if there was anything that could stop this, and he said no. And I said, not even health reasons, nothing. And he said no. I have to go.
Today, they are pitching in to salvage what they can before the final eviction, taking down drapes, moving out beds and tables, prized possessions like their dad's airplane models, and a Lego model of their dream home. Arlene is overcome with emotion.
A Bay Area professor who can't afford a place to live and is sleeping most nights in her car.
With what I make at San Jose State, I can't pay $2,000 a month rent. Can't do it.
She takes home about $2,500 a month. Her usual routine is nearly constant motion. After classes, she parks in libraries or Walmart parking lots where she grades papers.
And I go sit somewhere until it's dark and then sneak into a neighborhood, park the car, and go to sleep.
Ellen used to be an admin in high tech, but was laid off in the dot-com bust, and she went through her savings. She went back to school and paid tuition with student loans.
And I'm $143,000 in debt. And I'm in my 50s. But I pay that loan every month.
She's also supporting her husband, who's unemployed, and their 2 dogs. She keeps her car neat and belongings are minimal to avoid being detected. But deep in her roof rack is a cast iron frying pan she doesn't use, at least for now.
I hold on to this because it's the hope that someday I'll have a home again.
A Bay Area professor who can't afford a place to live and is sleeping most nights in her car.
With what I make at San Jose State, I can't pay $2,000 a month rent. Can't do it.
She takes home about $2,500 a month. Her usual routine is nearly constant motion. After classes, she parks in libraries or Walmart parking lots where she grades papers.
And I go sit somewhere until it's dark and then sneak into a neighborhood, park the car, and go to sleep.
Ellen used to be an admin in high tech, but was laid off in the dot-com bust, and she went through her savings. She went back to school and paid tuition with student loans.
And I'm $143,000 in debt. And I'm in my 50s, but I pay that loan every month.
She's also supporting her husband, who's unemployed, and their 2 dogs. She keeps her car neat and belongings are minimal to avoid being detected. But deep in her roof rack is a cast iron frying pan she doesn't use, at least for now.
I hold on to this because it's the hope that someday I'll have a home again.
A Bay Area college professor spends most nights sleeping in her car because she can't afford housing. Teaching at San Jose State, she says her paycheck can't cover $2,000 monthly rent. After classes, she parks at libraries or Walmart lots to grade papers, then waits until dark to find a quiet street to sleep. Once a tech administrator, she lost her job during the dot-com crash and returned to school, taking on $143,000 in student debt. Now in her 50s, supporting an unemployed husband and 2 dogs, she keeps her car nearly empty, except for a cast iron pan she saves as hope for having a home again.